order. Would you please take roll?
Ms. Atkins,
Here.
Mr. Hendricks,
Here.
Mr. Houston,
Here.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Here.
Mr. Stoffer,
Here.
Mr. Weiledge, Mrs. Shuffle.
Here. Commendation and good news. Oh, can I first get a motion to approve the July 20th, 2020 agenda?
Madam President, before, just real quick, I just want to make one comment that in the agenda, just so we're clear and open about this, in the late filed open enrollment request, I've got A, B, and C on there. There's actually a D and E as well. It seemed appropriate instead of making families wait, for another few weeks for an answer. It felt appropriate to add those in. Since it's already on the agenda, we're really not altering the agenda. We're just visiting a few more requests than what's stated on the agenda. So no changes needed. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
And actually it's D, E, and F.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Houston, was that a first or a motion on that?
So moved.
And did you get a second?
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? Vote, please.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer, Mr. Stoffer, Mrs.
Yes.
Shuffle. Thank you. Mrs. Shuffle?
Yes. Okay. Commendation and good news.
I'll defer to Dave if we have anything in that area tonight.
I did not collect anything for tonight.
Okay. Does any of the board members have anything? All right, we'll go on to the hearing for specifications, proposed plans, form of contract, and estimated cost for the Lewis Central School District Operations Building Project.
I think I'll turn this over. Kelly, is it you or Matt? Who's leading through this?
I think Dennis is going to start us off. Depends on what the first slides are. I'm going to talk about the details of the project and the bidding and form a contract, etc. And then Dennis will talk through the images.
Okay,
We're going to try and keep it short.
Since this is a public hearing, this has been advertised?
Yes, it has. It has been appropriately advertised.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, I think you're up first on this.
I think we're getting rid of the formal stuff up front, Kelly.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm just looking for.
Like
for the next slide.
Kelly.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, so this, as you see, there's a gold image down there, the old bike trail, which is going to be the location of the new operations transportation building right there. Thank you, Dave. The two red X's indicate the buildings that are going to be removed, the old metal buildings. One of them is probably already down. And the second one will be removed when the new building's operational. It is going to have bus maintenance, administrative office areas, driver training, and then there's going to be district storage as well, and ground maintenance. So it's all combined, and we can go through a plan. Okay, next slide. Okay, we're going to have this out for bids at the end of this week. Scheduled a pre-bid Zoom meeting. Those seem to be working pretty well. We're going to have that on August the 5th at 3 p.m. And The bid opening date is August 18th at 2 p.m. RC building. Will be a lump sum general contractor bid. And bids are to be submitted there to the ERC to Randy Portre's attention. There are, in case anyone's wondering, liquidated damages, $1,000 a day. We are going to have 5 bid alternates. These are all add alternates. So the base bid will not reflect these items, but we'll have the option to add any of those as the budget allows. You can see those. We motorized window shades because the windows are so tall. The exterior mechanical unit enclosure, we put that on as an alternate because it is in the back of the building. It's not visible to traffic. So that would be your choice there. And portable shop equipment is another one. Wall coverings, and then the option for adding underground stormwater piping from the downspouts on the large areas to connect those to go to underground storm. Next slide, please. Okay. Project schedule here. Again, the highlighted items are the dates we just discussed. So we get sets print up, we'll get this to the city for building permit application. We are in the process of the rezoning, which still has to go through city council, but that is in the works. The first the planning commission meeting was successful. They're very excited for the projects, and we're proposing the bid approval at the 9/21 meeting, and with construction to start yet this fall. And hopefully we're shooting for substantial completion June 1st of 2021. Okay, next slide. This is the same estimate numbers that we presented to you last time when we presented the auditorium addition project. None of these have changed. I can tell you right now on that site prep early bid package that we took, we currently have used less than 100,000 of that contingency. So there are some utilities that are moving, but we're still going to have plenty left over in that contingency. So we'll be able to carry that over to the other projects. So again, these are not any new numbers. These are the same thing that we presented a month ago. So if there's any questions about them.
Kelly, those have actually been consistent numbers now. Obviously, they were part of the auditorium hearing relative to the bid specs, but it even dates prior to that. We had done a budget update with the board. I don't even know how far that goes back now, I guess into May, but it's been pretty consistent since that last presentation of these numbers. I think it's been exactly consistent, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, next slide. All right, this is up.
I think Joe Zadina from Lamprey Nearson is on with us, and I think he'll cover the first site plan slides for the presentation. Joe, are you on?
Certainly. Thank you, Matt.
Excellent.
Yep. Thank you. So this is a good kind of campus overview. We're going to primarily focus on how it relates to the Ops Center, but this is a nice way to showcase kind of how it all flows together. There'll be circulation as they enter the high school and make drop-offs and pickups, and then kind of come around the interior road by the track and field, and then they'll come into the ops center. And the idea here is the buses all follow Dave's cursor to the operations center along this roadway. And we've given them ample space there for circulation. Perhaps is the next slide, Dave? Well, yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's great.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, terrific. So then this here is, as is important to separate buses from parents. The buses will be in the rear of the middle school, but near the new operations center. I'll get to that in just a minute, but the parents are going to continue to circulate up front. So the idea there is that there are no physical improvements to the parking lot as a part of this plan, okay? Perhaps we will help with some restriping and kind of maybe navigating a little bit better with arrows and markings. But the parents will be in the loop off of Harry Langdon and making a drop off near where that stop sign icon is. And then they'll be routing back out to the signalized intersection. So we're going to keep them from meddling with the buses. The far east side of the building can still be used for parking for staff. It can be used for drop off for special needs and others that need to access at that location. So we will not be changing any of the geometry there, just trying to educate the parents to stay out of there. And then as we really developed this operations center, I feel pretty good about working with Dr. Knost and Jeff and Mandy and others on how this is going to work. We have a really good loop through here. We've got a variety of options for buses, but as they come around the rear, we will accommodate 40 buses, so 40 buses. We will accommodate 20 vans. We will have, and then 118 parking stalls. And so we will fence in, yep, as Dave's around there, we're going to fence in the area where our vans and buses are, okay, to protect our investment in our fleet. And then there'll be parking outside of that for staff, visitors, perhaps overflow parking. The area that's being circled has kind of a diagonal parking, and they're double long for buses to pull in and queue while they're waiting for the students. But in the evenings or other times, they're equipped to have double that capacity for automobiles. And so we've also got a bus drop off and pickup kind of pull off lane that runs. Yep, thank you. And so the student access is indicated there at kind of the back of the building. Now, I don't know enough about the internal building, but I know we had quite a few discussions about this being an acceptable access point for the students as they navigated in the mornings or exited in the afternoons. I believe that this has been vetted enough by others that that's where we are going to be bringing students in and out of as they navigate. And that turnaround, you'll remember you've seen before, that just provides the most amount of flexibility. If the buses want to go out and head southbound on Harry Langdon, they can head out that access. If they wanted to go northbound and get to the signal, they can do that as well on our campus. They can absolutely route around like Dave's shown on the cursor to get in or out of the garages. So this provides the most amount of flexibility for the buses and operators to come in and out of the campus on the operations center. So the trail does get realigned, excuse me. So having acquired the additional property, that gives us opportunity to rotate the building and put some of our parking over there, gives us better stormwater management, and allows us to pull that trail further away from our property. So we've worked with the city on that as well. So that, in a nutshell, that's kind of that's what we're providing on a site design level for the operations center.
Joe, if I could just add a few comments just to make sure some folks are clear. This is for when the operations building is complete. So it would not be, as far as this traffic flow pattern, it would not kick in. We've got a lot of viewers online tonight. Unfortunately not for this, but some probably find some interest in it. But the parent separation of the buses, that's a safety factor, something I've observed all year, and we just all feel strongly about fixing that. But this we'll be doing some work with that entrance away from this project, but that rear entrance to make it more appropriate for kids coming in and so on. So just to be clear about that, this isn't something that any parents hearing right now thinking, oh, I got to adjust what I'm doing for the school year. This is when the operations building is complete. So I just wanted to make sure for anyone listening that they understood that.
That's a good point.
Joe, where about is that property line of the new piece of property that we acquired?
Approximately underneath of the imagery, you can see yep, I think Dave's covering it pretty well. And then the trail kind of hugs a little bit. The trail was always originally on our property. So the existing trail that you can see underneath the parking stalls is an approximate limit of the property line, the old property line. And so it kind of went along the trail as it goes north and south, and then it hugged Harry Langdon. And on the south side, it kind of curved around the existing parking lot for the trailhead. It's a 1.3 acre parcel.
Is there any way to, the way you have the bike trail now, can it just go to the corner of the trailhead? And then it's really not going across our property?
I want to jump in, Joe. I'll defer to you in a minute for other thoughts, but I want to jump in and say that I think a lot of discussion about the trails and what we do, it still has to be done. I think the attempt here is to primarily show the circulation. There's still a lot of work to do. We've been working with the city on what we can close, what we can keep closed, and what agreements are in place, all those kinds of things. And there's a lot of question marks with that. We're moving forward and cooperating with what the city is requiring, but we've got, I think, other things to consider as we get closer. So I don't know that I guess I just want to jump in and say I don't know that talking too much specifics on the exacts of the bike trail right now are probably going to be it's probably a little early to do that. We have to show a plan of what it would look like with our ops building sitting there, and obviously the existing path would not be there, but there may be other things that we can.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr.
And that's fine. It's just looking at the diagram, it kind of looks like it's a done deal. So that's why I was questioning that.
Doreen, that's a great question. And I'll just add one more thing. There's a little bit more than meets the eye. There's some fiber optic lines and some storm sewers. And then there's also some grade drop off of Harry Langdon as it approaches that parking lot. So we kind of consider all those things as we're proposing the alignment. And as Dr. Cano said, we're still in discussions about it. And so I think I can respect what Dr. Cano says, and that this may change in the end. We're still working through it.
And the city was pretty adamant that the trail does not dump into the parking lot itself. They worry about safety issues there. So that's right now, it's conforming to all that, but we hope to have ongoing conversations about various options going forward. Some of those things I have shared with the board in weekly updates and such, but right now we're adhering to what we need to do so our projects can move forward, and we'll figure out the best plan in partnership with the city as we wrap up our construction projects.
It looks like the fencing limit for the security on the ops center is pretty close to the parking lot. Is that going to allow for enough snow removal and snow push to get snow out of the way with the fence? That looks like almost a curb line.
So, Bob, great question. I think we're approximately 4 feet away. I suppose, let me follow up with Randy. We may have had this conversation. I do know, as the fence relates to the buses, in between the fence and the curb line, we do have the receptacles to plug the buses in. I don't want to speak incorrectly here. So let me follow up with Randy on that, if that's okay, just to make sure. And now would be the time to provide extra space if needed. The ultimate low points are kind of the far west curb line where it says fence limits on the screen, and then also the green space indicator where we have a little extra between the parking along that curve at the bottom of the screen. Yes, that's kind of where the culvert goes underneath the trail, and lower, it's the lowest spot on the site. So, but I'll certainly revisit this with Randy before we, say definitively this is what we have right now.
Okay, yeah, no, I know snow and fences don't mix really well, and if there's enough buffer, it just ends up being a maintenance and, appearance issue.
Yes, sir. I agree.
The only other thing that I would bring up is for when the parking lot back there is not being used off hours, is that we have ample security, whether that's cameras or whatever, because that would be a fairly secluded area on the campus, not visible from any primary street.
We will consider that in our overall surveillance plan.
And with the building in this configuration, I'm assuming that means the overburden's going to have to be on the current bike path, right, relatively soon for compaction.
Bob, that is correct. We talked to Teal Geotech about allowing us to adjust just enough to basically put the toe of that surcharge about 4 feet away from the existing bike path. So the bike path can remain. We'll put up silt fence, and if we decide other fences as well. But good catch. And yes, we were very close to that bike trail, but we were able to manipulate the surcharge to not go over the top of it.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. I mean, there's barricades up now, and I've seen walkers and bikers on it. I mean, it's just not a good mix to have that kind of construction going on and traffic that close, especially since it is our property, and we in theory could have some issues if we have liability exposure.
We've expressed that in great length to the city. It's probably a conversation beyond this topic here, but clearly the city feels some ownership over those trails. And so we've expressed things about safety and concerns, not only with the construction projects, but we're following orders to leave of the 2 legs. We are following orders to leave 1 leg open during the construction. So we're trying to abide by what's being told, but there's, again, there's probably a whole conversation to be had in that topic as well.
Okay.
Kelly, I think we can probably skip. This is just a close-up, everybody, of more of what the construction document looks like. But it's exactly as I described it on the kind of zoomed out view.
I'll go ahead and give you a quick overview of the floor plan. For those of you who have been involved in the process, it's probably pretty familiar. But for those of you who are not familiar with it, we'll start with the right side of the plan here. That consists of a wash bay for buses and vans. We also have a van maintenance, as well as 3 drive-through bus bays. And then just to the left of that, as we start to go back to the toward the center of the building, we have the driver training. So this is a large classroom that can be used for training drivers, as well as other needs the district might have. And then in the core of the building, this is the public entry and offices and support spaces for this facility. And then just to the left, the end of the facility, we have district storage and grounds maintenance there at the bottom of the screen. Dave, you can go to the next slide. So this is the main elevation facing the road. And we wanted a design that was going to be appropriate for the district. This is a district building, so we wanted it to be configured and suitable for the important activities that go with this building, but also to fit in with the rest of the campus. You'll see that we have a pretty limited material palette here, and we'll look at those in just a few minutes and a couple more slides. But while we're on this, you'll see the darker color, which is a metal panel, and we have a precast, which is shown as the warmer gray, and then some glass, whether that's a clear story high window right there. Yep, that lets natural light into the work bays, as well as storefront or glass front to offices and reception area.
Dennis, could I just interject if you don't mind? I'm sorry
Please.
to do this, but I just want to bring a point to the board. You know, we've had some discussions. Some suggestions came to me outside of board meetings from board members. We had some discussion about the facade, that gray area, and the potential for those panels to also have some brick on them and such. And you were probably going to mention that a little bit, but clearly with the user group that was heavily discussed. And I think in all situations, there was a little bit of talk about color, but there were also talks about maybe saving money. And every consideration was actually an added expense. And the user group really felt this is a unique building, separate from our school buildings. We don't necessarily want it to look like a school building. I'm saying we collectively, meaning the user group. And there were a couple options on things like color, and this was the intent to go with the light gray and not do the brick and not necessarily make it a companion, if you will, or at least a twin companion of any sort to our middle school. So just wanted to touch on that to know that those comments and suggestions were covered in great detail and fleshed out by the user group regarding possibilities with brick facades and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Dr. Knopf. And we'll go ahead. There we go. Thank you. Just speaking more specifically to the materials, we did a little blow up so you can relate to what those materials are, but you see the darker material is a box rib metal panel. And then, as I mentioned, the precast around the base of the material, or excuse me, the base of the building. That's a very durable material for where we have a lot of interaction with the building. And we talked about glass, both clear story and at the offices. And then also is important on the interior of the building, we have exposed concrete in those work bays. So when we looked at what materials and what form this building should take, we really looked at materials that fit within our budget, but materials that we also believed were attractive and durable. And I mentioned that this should fit in with the campus. And as Dr. Crono said, we're not looking to replicate the other school buildings. We sure don't want this to be confused with the school building, but we want the level of finish to be appropriate with the rest of the district buildings. And the next slide is moving around to the north end, where we have storage and ground maintenance. So what you see there is certainly there's some large service doors and then clear story windows that let natural light into those spaces as well. And then on the next slide, you'll see that we're also looking at the interior palette of this. So we chose a material palette that would be complementary to the exterior, and certainly a very simple but strong material choices here that reflect what's happening both in the building and also, as I said, the exterior materials. We're keeping the palette very minimal here and just trying to do a lot with some very basic materials, just using a thoughtful design approach so that we have some nice spaces for those who are working within the building. Any questions on the exterior or interior of the building?
This is a public hearing, so if there is anyone that has tuned into this board meeting, if you want to use the chat and type in questions, you can go ahead and do that.
Dennis, looking at this floor plan, it looks like there's a bus lift, but I say that's an ad. Is there a van lift also that's an ad? Or
The
what?
van lift is existing. And it's fairly new, so they're just going to move it over.
So the only add is the actual bus lift.
The bus lift and any of the portable equipment like the flammable liquid storage cabinets and stuff like that. There's a complete list of them in the bid alternate section of what they are. The only reason we're taking those as an alternate is because it's typically less expensive for the district to purchase those outright than it is to, have a general contractor markup on them. So if we see that in the numbers or we decide we want to do that, that's something that certainly can be done. We'll have that option.
Is that, and the wash bay, is that an automatic wash bay?
Yes, it is. And it will wash both flat nose and bottlenose buses, or flat, whatever you call them. The flat ones on the front.
Okay.
And the bottlenose type. And I know you have like at least one of those types. And then it will also wash vans and like work truck vehicles or whatever.
Do the board members have any other questions? And according to our chat, there has been no questions or comments from the audience.
Thank you for the time today, and we look forward to a successful bid and a successful project coming up here shortly.
Okay, since we don't have any other questions, we'll go ahead and close this hearing for the specifications, proposed plans, and contract and estimated costs for the operations building here at Lewis Central. Going on in our agenda, this is a portion of the meeting that we will take comments and suggestions from the audience. Anyone from the audience can address the board using the chat. You can sign or type things in.
Josh, it may be a good idea if you could just reassure us that those who are on to listen, if there are comments that they want to make to the board, they may want to wait until the second comment and suggestion section after they hear us discuss the return to learn plan. But it just may be good to make sure, absolutely sure, that they understand how to interact in this Zoom setting by following on YouTube.
Okay, reading the comments, there was a comment from YT, looks great. I think it will be a great solution to many current issues. And a question, what would be the cost saving for a manual wash bay? I don't know if Kelly or anyone else is still on.
We didn't actually calculate that because we'd been back and forth with this. For the past couple of years, we've been planning this and looking at the demographics of the bus drivers in particular and expecting them to wash their own vehicles and the cost that you're paying for personnel to do the washing as opposed to a cold water wash system that's automated.
Yeah, I think we viewed it as a return on investment, especially because from a personnel standpoint, we don't have someone that washes buses. The expectation really is for our drivers, and there are some exclusions to that, understandable exclusions. So, instead of adding to the workday, so to speak, adding to the time, adding to the frequency of individuals doing that, it really helps solve a problem that we haven't we haven't been able to address in our current transportation building. The user group that was involved, I think, felt pretty strongly about this.
And that's why they chose the automatic rather than a manual.
Yes.
Okay. I don't see any other comments or questions. We will have another time during our board meeting that comments and suggestions can be addressed to the board. So right now we will go on with our agenda, and I need a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Is there an updated personnel sheet?
There have been no changes to what was submitted in the board packet.
Okay. Are there any questions?
And we're just at those three change orders.
What was the question, Bob?
Yeah, we've just got the three change orders, right?
Right. Yeah, those have been addressed in the past, and yeah, I'd asked for any questions for them up front. One dealt specifically with the bike paths. That was probably the biggest issue. We had to square some things away with the city before we move forward with that. That was discussed in the past and actually part of a previous board meeting. And the other two were much smaller, as you can see. But these are things that required the board president's signature to not stop work going forward. No additional, though. That's precisely what those refer to. Precisely what I had shared in the board's update last week.
Are there any other questions? Okay, vote please.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Adkins,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffel.
Yes. Reports.
Sorry, no reports tonight.
All right. We'll go on to discussion items. 8.01, return to learn plan for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, and I think this is why we have the audience that we have on tonight. So I'm going to try to be thorough in what I explain. I hope not to be too long-winded, but try to pride myself in good communication, and definitely have tried to do that over the past number of months when the unexpected COVID situation. So you'll see Dave has on there the plan in a website format. We're going to provide that link, make that public tomorrow. But before we get to the specifics there, first of all, I want to thank all the people who are online and tuning in tonight. To provide a little bit of levity, in all of my years, which this is beginning my 33rd year, but in my district leadership years, there's always, every time you assemble a new board or new board members, there's often the question of how do we get more people involved in board meetings? And there's an old joke in the superintendent ranks. I previously was in very large districts, and redistricting, when you had to redraw boundaries inside of a school district, it's the one time you could get hundreds of people out to a board meeting. So there was always the thought of, how well you want to ramp it up, let's redistrict the district and we'll get a lot of participation. So I just can't help thinking about that tonight. Again, not trying to make light of anything, but just to provide a little levity that all eyes and ears, not only in Lewis Central, but excuse me, around the country are on this topic and tuning in and paying attention. And I just love that we've got a community that's so interested and so connected. As far as where to start and how to set this up, I really try to be a very rehearsed person in my thoughts. And I think the best thing I can do tonight with a couple of notes in front of me is just speak from the heart. These are trying times for parents and educators and school leaders, and we're not alone. People are feeling this all over, and of course, there's differences between states and how they're handling things. But this has been emotional. It's heavy. It's hard not to take some of it personal. Because daily I'm in receipt of people that many are very, very kind. I want to be clear of that, and I appreciate that so much. But there are people that have every bit of comfort telling you in one email what you better do, what you shouldn't do. Many people put the weight of the whole situation on myself, on the board, and make statements that suggest that we're, if we bring school back, we're comfortable letting people get sick. And I just can't accept that. No one's comfortable with anybody getting sick. And, just again, speaking from a perspective of a longtime veteran educator and school leader, sometimes the weight of this, quite honestly, is unmatched by anything else that I've dealt with in my career, and I've dealt with a lot. So we're trying very hard to do everything we can to answer to a very politicized topic. There are people that are aligned with political beliefs as far as what needs to happen, and we hear of those too. And we try to look at what we can control versus what we can't control, and we have to deal with the part of what we can control. So it's a unique situation. It's upsetting to people. It's upsetting to me. It's upsetting to our board members. And I just want that to be really clear. None of this is taken lightly. There's no such thing as a win-win situation here. Because the decisions that are made, and a lot of them, as I'm going to remind everybody, are decisions that we don't have control of tonight, that our board does not have control of tonight. And people clearly, to some degree, still think that the board does. And I'm going to explain that in a few minutes. But we're going to try to keep emotions in check, control what we can, and make the best decisions we can to answer to the mandates that are really placed upon schools in Iowa as far as going forward. So I want to lay that down in advance. I want to also say that there's a lot of things we've considered. We've considered CDC guidelines, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Iowa Department of Education, our local public health. That does not mean that we are 100% in line with all of the things that are recommended or suggested. It's quite honestly impossible to be 100% in line with all of those things and still function school in a brick and mortar setting. And I want to be real clear going into this. I want people to hear this from me. I'm not speaking for the board. In fact, I may have to ask forgiveness from the board later as I'm their employee. But I want to say this on a personal level. There is no way to guarantee that in a school setting for 2021 or even going forward, there's no way for me to guarantee, there's no way for this board to guarantee that we won't have issues of COVID in our school. And if that's the goal, if the goal is to not have one single case existing in our schools, there's really only one way to do that, and that's to stay closed indefinitely. And as I'll say in a minute, it clearly has been made clear to us by the state that that's not an option for our board to consider, at least not an option they can consider on their own. That can only be done with state approval and guidance. And it's been made pretty clear that that's, there's not going to be many exceptions to that, at least not at this point in time. So I just want to be honest about that. People always want to know how I feel. And it's hard to look at all the criticism, look all the requirements, what people want you to do. And we also know that our public, by and large, is constantly telling us that let me restate that. There are just as many folks that want school back in session and as normal as possible as there are people that have concerns and want to stay closed. So as I said earlier, we have to work with what we can control, not what we can't control. And I just want that to be understood going forward. As we start looking at the plan, again, this will be a web page that'll go live that people can look at. We have kind of an initial FAQ included that we added, but we really added the FAQ last minute because we're probably going to populate that FAQ based upon the actual questions that we get, you know, as we continue to march through this. Dave, if you could go ahead and scroll down just right there. Thank you very much. A couple things I want to highlight in that first paragraph. You see there, this is an ongoing effort. One thing that I can guarantee you, it is sure to change. The guidance that we've received has changed often, and it continues to change. And I'll highlight some of those ways things have changed as we go through this, but it's a fluid situation. And here we are on July 20th, talking about August the 25th. That'll be here in a heartbeat, but that's still a number of weeks for us to traverse and navigate this and to get more guidance and more things to happen in our state and around the country. So please know decisions will be made to adjust this, and anything of any importance as we zero in on the start of school, you can rest assured as community members and staff members, we will continue to communicate as much as possible so folks aren't left in the dark, and we're always available for questions. The goal, I'll just highlight that I can't stress enough, even amidst various criticisms when it doesn't match what someone thinks, we are remaining committed to our students, our families, our staff, and it's our goal to maximize learning regardless of whatever mode we find ourselves in. And we all know that we've been ordered to open school in the brick and mortar, in school, on campus mode. But we also realize that could change. We could get orders to do other, but we're going to stay committed. And we also want folks to know there's a lot of questions about alternatives for kids who are determined cannot be in the in-person session. Why, for whatever reason that may be, their own documented health concerns of their family, or in some cases, fear or concerns about it not being safe. And we'll talk a little bit more about those options, but we stay committed to doing our very best to work with the needs of our families and our community. We hope that that's appreciated. It leaves a lot of question marks as we still have to figure out what those numbers are, but we will march forward with that in mind. Dave, scroll up to show the important points there. This is the part I'm just not sure that the public fully understands in Iowa. In late June, we had a meeting with the Iowa Department of Education, and we were told in late June that we should prepare to bring our students back. I immediately communicated, that's not the most recent communication out to our families, but the one just prior to that at the very end of June. And I stated that we should expect that we would be developing the greater details of our plan in consideration of that, and that we would communicate that out later in July. And if I was focusing on the fact that our one board meeting in July was July 20th. But the state has made it clear, really since this verbiage, these words were put in here. I should also point out that Friday, if you're not aware of this, the governor of Iowa, Governor Reynolds, issued a proclamation, and that proclamation basically ordered schools back in session. And it does not give local boards the right to determine otherwise. Now, there's legal analyses about this proclamation going on. There's recent legislation, Senate File 2310, that continues to be sorted through. It's all relative to COVID. There are sometimes things that look contradicting, and we have to rely on legal counsel to help us with the best course. But right now, we know that the state expects us to open. They expect us to open in a brick and mortar, in-person, on-campus mode. And as we've said, and we think also in line with the governor has talked about, we're willing to work with families on individual needs and individual concerns. The other thing I want to point out here is that I want all to keep in mind, in the event we are ever closed entirely again, and I think that's at least a possibility at some point in time, we have worked hard with the help of a lot of folks. A lot of teachers have been involved in this, and Josh Allen has been a great leader, a great champion for this piece. But we are still in the process, but we already have created a much more robust online learning mode that if we were in that, it would be very different than what we had in the spring. It would be required learning. It would be specific schedules in a given day to when classes are meeting. It would include assessments. It would include grading. It would include credit. So we want people to know that that online mode is developed. That may also be what we utilize for kids who cannot be in attendance as we return to school. And again, as I mentioned, as we worked with other families, there are a couple ways we can deliver education, and some will be through our online mode when we can make that work. And in some cases, depending on the number of folks we have, there may be some outsourcing to consider for those online options. Okay, let's go ahead to the specific details. Real hot button topic are masks, and I'm going to preface by telling you that everything that is in here, the board, of course, has the right. I report to the board. The board has the right to say, let's change that. And I'm going to even say something additional about the mask topic that's slightly different from what's in here. If there's been one thing besides the topic of, are we coming back? Are we being closed? Are we doing some kind of a hybrid? Besides that, the next most common topic that I receive dialogue about or engage in dialogue about is mask. What are we doing? And I can get one email or one phone call saying, please tell me that our kids will be in mask, our staff will be in mask, and it'll be very passionate. And I can hang up or go to the next message, and it can be, please tell me that you're not going to be utilizing masks, because we don't want that. We don't believe in that. There's no win-win here. We have to go with what the recommendations are. I mentioned the American Academy of Pediatrics. We do, and we have put in here that the district's expectation will be that staff and students will utilize masks. We are ramping up our supply of PPE, and we will have those pieces available for students and staff. The American Academy of Pediatrics does recommend masks. The 4th grade and above is a little tricky. And I've heard a lot of, since I put my communication out last week, I've heard a lot of dialogue about this. There's some interpretation in there, but there's some concerns that pediatricians will verbalize that on very young kids, masks can cause more touching of the face and cause little kids to actually contaminate those masks. And in some ways, the benefit doesn't outweigh the concern or the worry. And so there's a little bit of a question mark over the young folks. But I want to say that since I put this in writing, our local public health, which I think we have to rely on, the state has told us to rely on, they do recommend that we increase that to all students in our system. And I think the board should consider that. And again, I know it's a hot button topic, but it's our one mitigation effort that the medical profession says that, especially when you can't have perfect social distancing, it's the one mitigation effort that is deemed effective. So it says fourth grade and above. That was an initial understanding of what the American Academy of Pediatrics was stating. But after, again, assessing with our local public health, I do want it to be known that they do recommend that we expect mask on all students and all staff. And I also want to be clear that we know going in, we all parents that have concerns about that to understand, there have to be exceptions to mask. There will even be exceptions to our own rule because as the legal counsel tells us, we can't require a mask while we're expecting kids to eat. So in essence, we're at certain times of the day, we're ordering kids to take mask off, if you will. People have asked about mask breaks. I think at times when we're in classrooms, we have kids spread out. A lot of people focus on the 6 feet. What we've been told by schools, and again, in the American Academy of Pediatrics, that we should focus on the 3 to 6 feet. We're going to capitalize on our classrooms. We won't get everybody 6 feet apart, but we can keep the close interaction at minimum in classrooms. So there'll be time when mask breaks will be appropriate, where breathing beyond the mask. I can't imagine that occasionally, even when I talk to adults when we have masks on, you'll see occasionally they pull down for a fresh breath. We can't nor should we try to police that. But I think an expectation of mask is the one effective mitigation effort. And we're in line with all the other Potawatomi County districts in this discussion. So again, it's not a perfect scenario. There will be times when they have to come down. We have to further answer some questions about how that works with things like choir and band and other mitigating efforts that may be put in place for those curriculum pieces. But this is how the report is written right now, and the board can speak to that right now. Would you like to have a discussion about mask, or would you like me to march through the whole plan and then see what discussion you'd like to have?
I agree with that recommendation. If that's what the science is saying and the American Academy of Pediatrics and our local health officials, I think that that's appropriate.
The basic statement that is really utilized is for children 2 and above. If you look at it again, there's a statement in there clarifying that there's times when we need to consider, and it may be on an individual student basis. And I don't want to get too detailed here, but based upon maybe the needs of a student or if there are special needs to consider, there are times where it's just not going to be appropriate for a child. And we have to realize that. I don't think any situation puts 100% of the people in mask 100% of the time. It just, I don't see that. I want to be realistic. And I think there may be religious exceptions, there may be medical exceptions, there may be choice exceptions in certain cases. But I think the district expectation would be suggested that masks are utilized.
I have to agree with Ms. McDaniel. Masking should be, I see you say the wording is expectation. I mean, in my opinion, without a medical reason, they should definitely be mandated both for student safety and for teacher safety. I mean, the science is overwhelming. Like Ms. McDaniel said, I don't see a reason why, if we can teach a kindergartner to put on shoes and keep shoes on all day, that's also a health requirement, that masks shouldn't just be another added safety feature for school.
To expand on that, is the who is making the request for an exemption, and then who would be approving the exemption on the mask? And I too agree that masks should be used at all ages within the school as well as staff. But when it comes to an exemption, is that a student's choice, a parent's choice? How is that going to be handled?
Well, I really need input from the board on that. And for example, there's a difference between, I guess you could say, if there's an expectation that it's done, that's not quite saying that it's choice by anyone and everyone, but it's also not absolutely mandating. And if, from a legal perspective, the board does have the right to require masks in our schools. There are numbers of parents who have said, I'm sit on both sides of that. Some have suggested that there would be, some people say that's why they wouldn't send their kids to schools if we required masks, because they don't want their kids. I think that looks different, Brian, in the wording. If it's mandated, then to be quite honest, it has to be, we've got to revamp our discipline codes. We have to decide what we say and what we do to children, and we have to be able to carry that out. And yes, we'd have to determine what's a choice versus a medical reason. And it's difficult. Legal counsel wants it to be very clear that absolutely mandating with no exceptions, except for very high level medical, is difficult, but possibly with the expectation that that's what we do, that we would meet a critical mass, but it's something for the board to consider.
Is there a middle ground where that, through a parental request, you can get an exemption on the mask? I mean, you see all kinds of studies on both sides of it, but I mean, I think one thing I think that most people do believe is that the mask does provide a level of barrier that I think that we need to make sure that we are taking advantage of it in all of our buildings.
Public Health makes it very clear, the Department of Public Health makes it very clear from their standpoint that if we want to feel better about school opening, if we want to feel better about the inability to constantly social distance, then masks are the best mitigation effort to consider. But you're right, there are opinions all over. Legal counsel's advice is to have, strong recommendations, have it as an expectation. But the legal counsel's advice is that it brings it to a new level if it becomes an absolute mandate, because again, it's even tricky in regards to times that we may have to, I don't know if lunch is a bad example, but that's clearly one where we can't force children to keep mask up. Drinking, can't force them to keep mask up. And again, there are some sicknesses where it makes it difficult. We probably will have some staff member that feel that way as well. So if the board prefers a mandate, I'm your superintendent, and I will work with legal counsel to make sure we cover those bases. Dave?
Eric, I would also add that we've also talked about shields. We also do serve some students who are hard of hearing, and so reading lips is important for them. So PPE of all kinds is in a consideration for this idea of shielding or masking. And then another problem, just to be honest, with an absolute requirement is the ability to enforce it. And so we need to consider that as well. It's probably more apt to be something that we try to continually teach than we try to continually enforce.
I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in. And I think if we are going to require masks at some level, I would like to think that we would require a note from a physician that would state that a child can or cannot wear a mask for a given time frame through a day, rather than just taking the parent's word that, you know, my kid can't wear a mask because I think we might, I mean, I haven't talked to legal counsel, but that would, I think, protect us a little bit more that if it came from a physician's request rather than just a student or parent request.
Yeah, that's doable. And maybe to echo Dave's thoughts that in some cases we'd probably have to work with family. I know we have staff, we have various staff members who have, you know, sent information our way through their building level discussions that they prefer PPE, their shields instead of the mask. And we're, you know, we're going to work hard to supply those for those who prefer them. So maybe those are options we could consider for some kids as well. I don't, you know, I think we'll have to march through that as the time comes. But again, I'm fine with that. With that recommendation, I definitely agree that masks are our best mitigation effort. I noticed there was a parent comment that suggested that 8:30 to 3 p.m. is a long time for kids to keep masks on. I think we have to realize whether it's an expectation or a mandate, there will be times when those masks are pulled down for breathing a little bit without the mask. There will be times when they're eating. There will be times when the curriculum requires that. But I think for, you know, hallway travel, for those times, there will, you know, it'll be much more appropriate to strictly expect that that's done. But if it sounds like the board is leaning toward requiring mask, I think I'm hearing all levels, and I think I'm hearing that the suggestion be that we accept notes from medical professionals if there's a reason why we should not utilize masks for any one student.
And then maybe at that point, if we have a student or two, you know, maybe we could focus more on the 6 foot distance rather than the 3 to 6 foot distance. I hate to separate kids out, but at this point, I believe it's for their health and their safety. You know, maybe their desks are in a farther corner of the room. I don't know how that's going to look, but just something to throw out there.
I'm reading through some of the comments too that are coming. And one is there's a recommendation from the ISCA that people who can't wear masks, you alluded to it too, Dr. Knost. If you can't wear a mask, then a face shield is recommended. And I guess I don't see, you know, if there is concern about the breathing with that, why a face shield couldn't be that alternative that would give a level of protection as well.
Yeah, I struggle with whether it has to be a physician or a parent. The intent is, you know, obviously to create as safe an environment for the kids and the staff as possible. I just don't believe in leaving that decision to necessarily the students. I do agree that we should look at, you know, multiple levels. So there's the mask, the face shield, and then, you know, if it's truly required to not have anything, then, you know, I agree that the distancing becomes important, more important. But I just think that given the risks and everything, I think you have to consider safety, you know, for everybody above everything. So
the number of comments that we're getting, with that, do we need to address the questions now, or would that be addressed at another time? Dr. Knost, how do you want me to deal with the comments?
I think as they're coming in and they fit the discussion, it makes sense to address them. I think clearly we can see exactly what I'm feeling every day. You can see one comment claiming that there's no reason why we shouldn't require them, and a following comment that it's not something that should be required. I can't emphasize enough. We're not going to win favor from everybody in the decision that the board makes. I think if we stay rooted in trying to keep children safe, based upon what medical professionals tell us, it's not going to protect us from verbally getting beat up a little bit. But I think we have to rely on something. We can't just say personal preference. We can't think of this as a political issue. We have to think of what makes sense from a standpoint of what's the rationale for masks. People are concerned about kids populating school buildings, and it's a mitigation effort. So I don't think there's anything specific. Somebody did mention that if we're expecting, if we keep kids out of school because they don't have vaccines, why can't we keep kids out of school because they don't have mask on? And there are some differences to that, when it comes to things like laws and requirements with public health and such. There's no mandate out there relative to ordinance or laws regarding masks. So this is something that the local board has the ability to act on, but it's based on the board's discretion and not a specific law or ordinance.
I know there was a question about, excuse me, what kind of masks, disposable masks, is the school district going to provide all of those? Are we going to recommend what parents should get?
Yeah, we are ramping up our supplies, and we're trying to provide reusable masks, 3-ply masks. If Andrea, if there's anything else that needs to be stated about that, feel free to jump in. So, a high quality product has been our effort, and we are amassing those things because one way or the other, we expect them to be highly utilized. And yes, we will provide those. Again, shields have been something more requested by staff, and we want to make that an option for our staff per the request. And some, I suppose, will want to use both, and we'll support that. But definitely more than handing somebody a cloth and telling them to wrap it around their head or something like that, or telling people to bring a handkerchief. They're actual masks, they're approved masks, and masks that would be approved by public health as well. Not N95. I think there was the mention of N95. That's not what's being suggested or recommended in this situation.
So that information will come out. I mean, exactly what would be required, because personally, I'll probably buy my grandkids masks, 5 masks, so they have one every day, throw it in the washer for the weekend, and they're ready for the next week. That's just me. So will we provide the public and the parents and what would be required then?
If there are requirements from the board, we will definitely work toward, I think, what led up to the, the initial effort, the announcement in June that we were coming back and that we'd start working on the plans. We now have the plan together. Between now and the start of the year, there's obviously going to have the need for the very specifics inside of these plans that will be communicated, probably in the way of a handbook relative to what that means in those details. If that's going to be a requirement by the board, those details will be publicized.
Okay.
So it seems to be a pretty strong opinion of the board that masks are required at all grade levels. And that I'm not entirely clear where we landed on the parent permission or medical permission. And I hate to push for clarity, but I really need that clarity for leading forward from the board.
I believe it needs to be a doctor's excuse, just because with the climate, some people think it's a hoax. Some people think, well, we don't need to do it. And we need to follow what is recommended for all students. And if a student does have a medical condition and isn't able to do it or to wear a mask, or maybe the doctor would say, yes, a face shield, at least that would be some protection. I really think that we need to have more than just a parent saying, my kids aren't going to wear a mask.
Yeah. Okay, so
I don't know I know we heard from Jen and Amy and Brian. Bob, we haven't heard anything from you.
Yeah, I think, masks should be required for all students. I mean, if we are going to have a break, I think the break should be at the building level, not in a grade in the building. So I'm comfortable at being all students. If not, I would say we would make the break at Creft, and any other students would require it, but I prefer to see all students and all staff. I mean, essentially you can't enter the building without a face covering on.
yeah.
Bob, are you saying a face mask or face shield, or face mask? And if you're going to do something different than a face mask, you have to have permission from a doctor or something along those lines.
I think face shields are definitely an option. We have students that have, hearing disabilities, and they need to be able to read lips. So that might require some teachers sometimes wearing face shields so they can see that facial expression. That's the only way they're going to interpret what is going on in their circumstances. I mean, because you're not going to have necessarily, they don't need a full interpreter or someone to sign for them, but they can read lips, and that becomes their means of, communication. So, I mean, I think it has to be some type of face covering, whether it be a face shield or a face mask. And the only way to not have one is to have, some medical reason for not having that protection.
Yeah. So I think we can go. I think I've heard enough to know what we need to develop here. I think that we are supporting what the health community has recommended to us, and that is mask. I think the board is interested in requiring mask, and interested in making sure that our parents have those details, and requiring at least the grade that of equipment that we would be providing. And we'll definitely communicate those details out to parents as we put, again, the corresponding handbook together for the return to learn plan. So it seems that there are predominantly people that are making comments of approval based upon those those decisions by the board. And I think that's, again, an appreciation for the fact that when we have to create mitigation efforts, the one thing that over and over again is told is an effective way to quell the spread, if you will, then it makes sense to use that mitigation effort. And it'll be in line with what all Pot County schools to some degree are utilizing masks, whether it's, again, the highly recommended or mandated. All boards are sifting through what that should be. Okay, any other thoughts?
The only one I have is that I think it should be the face mask that would cover the nose and mouth. That is our number one. And then if you go from there, possibly the shields, because I don't think the shields give as much protection for the person wearing it or the people out, you're sitting next to, as a shield would. So that would be something to look at is that, because I would hate to go into this and say either or. It should be what's best to keep the students and teachers safe. And then the shield would be an alternate.
Agreed.
And on top of that, just make sure that we're following the recommendations as to what kind of face masks that we're either purchasing, providing, or allowing. Some of the face masks only provide protection for the person wearing it, not for the person on the outside of the mask. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear with what we're allowing within the building, so that we're protecting everyone, not just the person wearing the mask.
Yeah, and to be clear, that is the overarching effort, is the idea of protecting the people around you more so than protecting yourself. And if the idea is, if everybody's thinking along those lines, then they understand that it's an equal effort by all. The mask we are already in order of are 3-ply. They are appropriate based upon what public health suggests. Again, they are washable and reusable, and we will be keeping multiples, and we'll go to work putting those details in place going forward. Somebody did suggest, I want to bring attention to, that we maybe consider the language of face coverings instead of masks. So we'll engage the appropriate people as resources, public health folks, and we'll determine what that language should be as we put together those details going forward.
And Dr. Knos, the other thing, just to be crystal clear and put a point to it, is anyone that enters the campus would be held to the same requirements, correct?
Yes, and that has been the requirement all summer long. We have those notifications in our buildings, and that was kind of to my point earlier. People have abided by it, so it of course brings a whole different realm when you bring students in, and summer activities have not required masks from the athletic associations and such. So we'll have to sort through those differences as well, for outdoor activities. I think we're talking about indoor teaching and learning right now. So we'll look through that. And again, we'll discuss the details with the legal counsel about the requirements, and asking for a note from a doctor if that is to be excused for any reason. And I do think people need to understand, whether it's required or expected, there will be exceptions. There will be exceptions to this. The idea that 100% of the people will be in mask 100% of the time, it's never going to be that perfect, for lack of a better word. But I think the effort goes a long way with some trust with folks, and I think the effort goes a long way in mitigating, the concern. And again, it's emotional. I'm quite confident. I can't even speak lately. Quite confident that I will field, and you all will as well, comments about folks that do not think that's a good idea. But I think you seem to be in lockstep with this. You seem to be basing it upon the health recommendations. So I think we've heard enough with that. And again, there are exceptions. There's a question about IEPs and special needs and so on and so forth. All of that has to be considered. If there's an exception for a child, that'll have to be considered relative to mask. Okay, should we move on? The important thing I want to point out about social distancing efforts is that notice that efforts will include, but are not limited to. You'll see that in a number of the areas. I don't think I need to go through and explain all of these things. This report will be public. But I want folks to realize that the long and short of this is that we will do everything we can to minimize, to maximize, social distancing. There are situations, this goes back to the mask comment, where it's not going to be feasible. Can we have every child 6 feet apart throughout the building every day? No, we can't. We can't accomplish 6 feet apart in most of our classrooms, but we can spread kids out The American Academy of Pediatrics uses 3 to 6 feet in what they talk about. Most medical experts suggest that if that's accomplished in schools, that's a very, very good effort, along with utilizing masks. But for instance, in a classroom, teachers come in and they set up their classrooms for the year. Traditionally, the kids are always focused in the core, in the center part of the room. And we're going to ask them to think out of the box with the help of their principals to maybe get things away from the walls, get desks running all the way to the walls, use all aspects of the room to get kids spread out as much as we can. You'll see in here, there's talks of minimizing how we do group instruction, minimizing how we do individual instructions. And again, mask as a mitigation effort through all of that. There's a possibility of staggering some class dismissal times when possible to maybe not populate our halls as much as we normally would. All of these things listed in here are efforts. Our lunches, for instance, our schools are adding lunch periods. A high school, for example, normally only has 2 lunch periods. They are creating a plan that has 4 lunch periods. Yes, Dave is highlighted there. We will be altering our school dismissal procedures in our elementary schools that eliminate the need for parents to enter the school buildings, because we will every bit try to limit who's coming in and out of our schools and keep it specific to our students and staff. Visitors, volunteers, we're going to pretty much diminish that to 0. During the pandemic, and our doors will not be revolving doors. We have to ask our parents to reinforce these things with students. And talking with Dr. Bynoff, and I've been in the high school just as much as any of our schools, and traveling between class time is also a social aspect. And we're going to need to keep students from grouping together and spending their time in clumps. The masks do minimize the concern about that. Public health makes that very clear. All the medical experts make that very clear. But the more efforts to social distance, and I want to make a statement too that I've been trying to keep in mind. We were closed completely in the spring and nobody liked it. We hope we don't end up back there. It's possible that we will at some point, but if we can't have school 100% as we know it, both a social aspect and an academic aspect, and just without any of these concerns, I hope that we can at least view this as it's better than all of our students being at home and isolated. So it's not quite the social experience that kids are used to, but they're not isolated at home, and they still are seeing peers and seeing staff in person. But we are going to ask parents to support and reinforce these expectations with students that we need to minimize the grouping and social aspect of things. And again, we hope that masks will help with that. So let's see if there's any questions specifically about social distancing without me just reading all the points there. Mr. Stauffer, the question about food and a la carte, our school food nutrition folks are working through all those details and protocols relative to food. But no, I don't believe there will be any situation where the kids are, doing buffet style a la carte things. There's even some considerations where we're working through that possibly at certain times lunches may be in classrooms. They could be a provided bag lunch that is brought to students in some situations, but they're working through the details specific to food service in a COVID pandemic environment. That was a question about keeping kids in the same classroom all day. Well, that's not specific to, well, it is specific to the social distancing. In some, I don't think that we feel that we can do that constantly, but we may have opportunities to where teachers may change, especially in the younger grades where possible. We've talked about, and it's mentioned in here, having kids stay put and teachers come to them. So that won't be perfect across the board, but it will be one effort that we will utilize when we can. Any other questions that
Have you looked at desk shields and some of the protective pods that I've seen set out for possible school alternatives for distancing?
Yes, we're looking at that now. Our elementary schools have asked us to consider those, so we're looking at what those options look like, the price points and availability. So yes, good point, Bob. Any ability to protect our students in the especially like an elementary table-like setting. Playground, about those, I mean, a lot of the, again, we'll still try to keep kids distanced to an extent. There seems to be a little less worry about the outdoors. So we'll follow the guidance of our public health, but it'll be our attempt to practice social distancing to the best of our ability throughout the whole day. It won't be perfect, but every effort will make a difference. I believe that. Restrooms will be supervised, cleaned after each use. We are ramping up our cleaning protocols significantly. I'm going to touch on cleaning and sanitizing next. We will definitely focus on keeping our restrooms clean. As far as supervised, I think that looks different on an elementary level versus a secondary level. And what supervision means, it probably means more about how are we limiting the number of kids in and out of bathrooms. And again, that may look different at the elementary buildings versus the secondary buildings, but we'll make every attempt to, again, keep social distancing efforts in place with all that we do. Yeah, I think that we've talked about social distance efforts. There's comments there similar to Bob's about tables and desks at CREFT. I have to reiterate once again, we can't create a perfectly socially distanced school. We just cannot with our population, the size of our schools and such. If we had class sizes of 10, 12, 15, that would make big differences. But we have highly populated schools, so these are multiple efforts. Again, we're not limited to these efforts. We're going to continue to work through these things in our practices and our protocols as we prepare to come back with our principles. But we think all of them used to the best of our ability will make a big difference. And again, I keep having to reiterate, the catch-all, as public health will tell us, is the utilization of masks. All right, let's go on to the cleaning and sanitizing part. We have purchased equipment that assist us in the ability. You may hear a lot about electrostatic sprayers and what they can do, but we will be sanitizing all of our rooms on a daily basis. And we also put in there on an as needed basis, meaning if there is reason to believe that that we need to sanitize any area during the day, we will do so. We will have an abundance of hand sanitizer in classrooms and at entrances and throughout buildings, and we will make it protocol that students and staff utilize those things. Wipes also available, especially for our staff for services and such. Simple things. We mentioned the leaving the classroom doors open. That's simple, but it's something that health experts will say make a huge difference. If you have hundreds and hundreds of kids touching the same door handle over and over again, if we can, when possible, make it a practice of, first of all, keeping students in classrooms, not having hallway travel as much as normal, just for various reasons. why individual students may be leaving class if it's not necessary. Leave the doors open so the doorknobs aren't touched over and over again. Reinforcing those hygiene protocols that we hear all the time, making sure that we have appropriate times where we have kids and staff washing hands frequently throughout the day. Let me stop for a minute and see if we have other couple of positive comments. We definitely appreciate those. Basically comments appreciating this dialogue and appreciating the board. Would there be consideration for increased outdoor time? You know, I think that maybe comes back to things like masked breaks that we may want to consider, that, you know, a teacher having that ability, not that we just suddenly come over the announcement and say, everybody take your mask off. We wouldn't do that. But if there's a time where a teacher can get some fresh air for their classroom, not that we would go outside and turn the kids loose to not be socially distanced, so to speak. But if we can work through opportunities to give breaks, we will definitely consider that. Taking temperatures be part of the plan. I'll be touching on that in a minute in our health monitoring.
You know, Dr. Knost, I think there's a lot of questions also about how we reiterate and we communicate to the parents and staff, you know, ahead of school starting. And it sounds like you guys have had some thought on this and how we're going to go about doing that. But I think the key thing is going to be, you know, multiple communications through multiple means. So that I would assume that will be part of, you know, once this site is out there in public.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll be an effort. The parent question here specifically talking about an immune compromised child and how could we possibly make sure that no child touches anyone and continually sanitize. We cannot. And a parent with an immune compromised child needs to be talking to us about an online opportunity. And we'll cover that more in a bit, but we want to speak to the needs of our individual families and students. And we just have to be honest. I said that at the beginning, we cannot create a perfect scenario for school. We just can't. And if I would pretend that we could, you know, I should be shown the door. Just being as painfully honest as I can. There's a comment there about the state requiring 50% of instructional time in schools. There's some confusion over that comment and how it was utilized. Some people even interpret that means we can divide our divide our students out. The state made it very clear that a hybrid model, we are to bring as many of our students back in session based upon the state. Again, I'm not speaking personally here. I just want everybody to understand 50% really means that we can't have more, based on what the state has said, more than 50% of our students in online instruction at one time. That's the way that's being interpreted. And again, there's a lot of room for interpretation. We have to align what the governor has said, what the law Senate File 2310 says, and how those things are being interpreted. So the idea of not having school in session on a given day for sanitizing or PD, we don't believe that was left on the table by the governor's proclamation and by what we're understanding. Okay, I think I've addressed those questions. So that's cleaning and sanitizing. Transportation is probably the most challenging, and it is the most challenging topic. Anybody that knows anything about Lewis Central or any other school district these days, we are constantly dealing with a shortage of bus drivers. On a daily basis, we have custodians that drive buses for us because, you know, we have drivers that are out sick and we have a shortage. I'm more worried about that as we go forward with requiring people, you know, it's the day and age of coming to school when you're sick, even if it's not COVID, it's something else. Those days are over. People with symptoms have to stay home and not come to the school unless they've had absolute clearance from their medical professional. And so our ability to say double our transportation effort, to cut the size of our students on buses in half, it's just not feasible. It's not something we can do. And the best thing we can do when engaging experts to help us with this are two things. One, we know there are parents that absolutely have to rely on school transportation. We know that, and that's what it's there for. There are probably any number of additional parents who do rely on it, but maybe they don't have to. And maybe that means we have to afford them an extra 5-10 minutes in the morning or upon dismissal at the end of the day to make it work for them. If it helps us diminish the number of kids on our buses, that will help a great deal in us trying to do some semblance of social distancing on buses. Again, the safe catch are the masks. That's what public health says. If you can't do the distancing on buses, expect masks on the kids, and you're going to greatly diminish concerns there. Sanitizing buses, we'll be doing that not only every night, but we'll be doing that in between our morning routes and our evening routes. And again, we have the electrostatic sprayers to assist with that make it, those are similar to what is being done on airplanes, and cleaning and, other public buildings and such. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the health checks in a minute. So let's see if we've got any, I don't think we've had any additional comments come in about transportation. No. And again, there's not a whole lot to discuss there. We'll stay committed to the cleaning and sanitizing, and we'll just plead with our parents that if we can work with you and adjust, work with your schedule, it's a compromise to having all kids home and isolated. So we're willing to make those compromises. Health screening and monitoring, we are working on putting many protocols in place. Again, these are some of them, but it's not limited to these things. We're working on efforts to make daily health and symptom checks to be carried out at home for students and for staff, things that help parents understand why their children should stay home. And it's the same with staff, and then we'll respond to those accordingly. There's different ways to do that. We're exploring various apps to utilize, and we think we'll come up with a robust effort in that regard. Again, throughout the day, we're going to be very careful. If kids are showing any symptoms that develop during the day, we will immediately address those, and we will not keep those kids in school. Of course, we're going to handle them with love and care and nurture. I don't want to sound like I'm promoting anything that would be any less than that, but public health has suggested that we create 2, for lack of a better way to put it, triage areas. And what we want to prevent is a kid with a scraped knee from sitting next to a kid with a fever. So we'll adjust different zones, a yellow zone, a red zone. And if it's determined that there are symptoms that a child needs to go home, obviously that child will not go back to the classroom, will not be repopulated into the school. And we're adjusting our protocols of how that child would be picked up. We will probably have the parent meet us at the door for the child to leave. So we're, again, not creating a revolving door of people coming in and out. This is a real important one. People have said, we've been practicing this all summer, and we're going to utilize the Potawatomi Department of Public Health when it comes to not symptoms, but when it comes to the reporting of any kind of a case. What happens if a staff member tests positive? It's happened. It's happened this summer. And we immediately contact public health, which, because of the tracing efforts, when somebody tests positive, usually public health is aware of it. but they immediately take over and they communicate with that employee and with others who are around that employee, and they determine and they respond back to us. Are there others that need to quarantine? Are there others that need to be home? We will follow their guidance when it comes to staff and when it comes to students. We won't be making those decisions on our own. We won't just haphazardly be saying, this staff member shouldn't come. If it's related to testing positive, we will follow Potawatomi County Public Health to a T with their recommendations as far as what happens there. Potawatomi County has told me, especially if we are using mask, it is unlikely for schools to expect that the local public health will be shutting a school down. Probably unlikely they would be shutting classrooms down, but they will advise and recommend on any quarantines that are needed or any folks that should not be in attendance. Symptoms, we're going to have to rely back again, obviously on our own observations, but trying to equip our staff and our parents at home with tools that can help them determine, is it safe for a child to come to school, and we'll follow through on those things. But we're adamant about some level of daily health and symptom checks for both students and staff. Let's look at the chat. We've seen some things pop up here. Appreciation for the flexibility of drop off and pickup times within reason. Appreciate you saying that. Parent question about a study hall type of room, if there was enough kids, parents that could help out by bringing their kids to school. I'm not entirely sure I understand that. Maybe that's referring to some flexibility with families. I just don't really understand where the study hall comment comes in. So if somebody else can maybe help clarify that, we'll definitely consider flexibility with our families. Please know that. How will students who arrive early be monitored prior to class starting? We've got to sort through that. And again, I have to reiterate, we're not going to create a perfect scenario where we can exclude any child from touching another child, where we can exclude kids from coming together and talking, where we can exclude any possibility the kid's not going to pull their face mask down or take it off. Our effort will be to utilize these protocols in every way possible to the best of our ability to minimize the concern and to have these mitigation efforts. Are they perfect? No, but everyone individually just ramps up a robust effort to minimize the spread. These efforts be eased once COVID-19 infection numbers get below epidemic levels. Amen, and yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Whoever made that statement, I can't wait for the day, whether that's a vaccine, whether that's just that the numbers just suddenly dip. We will follow public health. That's what I'll say over and over again. We'll follow public health. And when we're told this is not the face of school to come, there may be some things relative to different learning possibilities or, the utilization of online learning that maybe COVID has invented for it to be more common going forward. But as far as all these protocols, and as I said earlier, we're trying to find the in-between. It's not kids in isolation at home, but it's not school as the normal social setting that it would typically be. So the appreciation for the fact that we're in school, but we're trying to minimize and maximize our efforts and minimize risk with these mitigation efforts, but it's not going to be a perfect scenario. So we will work on monitoring kids when they come in the morning. We'll work on social distancing to the best of our ability. We've got to sort through that. It's not going to be perfect. There's going to be times. And again, that falls back to the utilization of mask. outdoor area for classes to meet, weather permitting, I am sure that is something that teachers are going to be creative with and be interested in, and we would not hinder that idea one bit. We would support it wholeheartedly. Teacher test positive, has to quarantine, especially. This is a very, very good question. Staff are worried about sick leave. Staff are worried about requirements. If we tell you, hey, we're worried about some exposure that you may have had, anything relative to being required to quarantine doesn't play into the normal sick leave. Okay, a requirement to quarantine. If people are choosing, from a staff perspective, choosing to stay out, then that is handled as an HR measure. There are some FMLA options for leave, for medical leave, for staff. But if we're requiring you to be out, your sick leave is not going to apply for what we're requiring you to be out. There will be differentiation between quarantine leave, if you will, and your normal sick leave. But that's not by choice. It's not where a staff member can just determine that they specifically feel they need to be out. Of course, they have that opportunity for sick leave as it is, but that's the normal sick leave. But in situations where, because of your job, because of what we require, you have to be quarantined, that will not impact your sick leave the same way. I hope I answered that effectively. What about attendance this year? Are all illnesses required to do the 14-day? You'll see in the staff that, in the plan here, there's detail about us revisiting our attendance policies and relaxing them. We have to be careful how we say that because we don't want that to be taken advantage of. But clearly, as I just said with staff, if there are students who have to be out the number of days relative to COVID, whether that's relative to family members, whether that's relative to what we ask, absolutely. We will work with our attendance policy and work with each situation. It will be much, much different during the pandemic than it would be in a normal time. So I think the answer to that is yes. So let's say in the wintertime, a common cold has occurred and it's fine in just a couple of days or just a runny nose. There's going to be symptoms that a family doctor helps families understand that those are not relative to COVID. That goes back to mask being a preventative measure. Does that mean that there's not going to be a kid in the school without a runny nose? Allergies, common colds. That's a big part of the reason why public health says utilize masks, because you minimize that risk. It's a good mitigation effort. If a child in a classroom gets a positive test, how does quarantine work for the rest of the students in that class? Are they supposed to quarantine? We will rely on public health to guide us through that. They will guide us. They've done that for us this summer when it comes to staff who have came up positive. They do the interviewing. They attempt to help with the tracing, and they have told me, especially if we're wearing masks and especially if in that classroom there are efforts to get kids, for the most part, 3 to 6 feet apart and more, the chances are they're not going to quarantine an entire class. I think if there were multiple cases, they may, but I'm stepping out of line to even try to speak for what public health will advise on us. The important part that we want our folks to know is that we will rely on the guidance of our public health officials for what should happen in the way of a quarantine. Is it possible that specific segments could be quarantined at one time? I asked that of public health and they said it's possible. They came back to the utilization of masks and they came back to tell me that every situation is different and they will advise based upon that situation. The teacher goes on leave, will they continue to instruct via online? Possibly. If we are requiring a teacher to be out, or if a teacher is out due to medical reasons, we could possibly utilize that as some form of online instruction. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about the possible modes in just a minute. LCLC provide the option to be open longer days, not just before and after care, to help accommodate families if and when there may be another long break in academics. We have utilized LCLC to the best of our ability on what's been permitted. It's actually been a pretty good success for us this summer. We're at about half capacity. We are using quite a few classrooms and trying to spread kids out, although we do outdoor situations, and it's not a perfect situation either. As far as open longer days during the school year, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that we've discussed going longer days. I don't know that we have the staff or the potential to do that. I'll make note of that with for us, and Andrea, if you can help me remember that to be a discussion with Shelley to see if there's been any talk about that. It hasn't been part of the discussion thus far, but we appreciate you suggesting that. Somebody missed, what if our child's daycare gets shut down? Would it affect our leave? So I think maybe that's asking if a parent of a child, a staff member who's a parent and their child's daycare gets shut down. We're going to have to follow probably FMLA leave guidelines for that. So there is FMLA sick leave that is relative to family needs. And that's the course we will take. So not necessarily your typical sick leave, but it will be relative, like other needs when staff members have to be away because of family medical concerns. So that's the Family Medical Leave Act. We would follow those protocols as an HR matter.
There was one other question kind of at that top of that string about options for asymptomatic kids who need to quarantine but would they be capable of participating online? That's a good question. If kids do happen to be quarantined or they, have the symptoms but aren't that sick, is online schooling an option for them in that interim?
Yes. Again, I'll speak a little more to that in a minute when we talk about the modes, but we do think there will be some level of kids that, I think Dave claims he didn't coin this, but Dave occasionally uses the comment brick to click, meaning in 1 minute being in a brick and mortar mold, and then the next minute. That could be if we're ordered closed again, but that could also be that students who, yes, they can't be with us because they test positive, but they're asymptomatic. We're going to stay committed to educating kids and families to the best of our ability. So we would absolutely consider that. And I'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. There's a few more comments here, but I noticed that maybe somebody thinks I'm talking too much. Suggestion for me to be quiet and let the board speak up. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a break just to where we're at and let the board add any comments thus far on any of these things. If there are.
I will say to everyone out there listening, the board did get this last Friday. We've had a chance to look through it, and I guess we've seen this coming into tonight. So we've had a big discussion around the face coverings, and the rest of it you presented so far, I guess I don't have any questions. I thought it was very thought out. And like you said, things can't be perfect. But we are trying our best to do, you and whoever has put this plan together have very thoughtfully tried to do the best we can to mitigate as much as possible in the situation we're in. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Jen.
Well, and I think a lot of these questions that are coming along over the chat, they're specifics, and that will, I think, can we get these questions, and then that might be in your FAQs where it's specific, because we have staff that's asking questions, specific questions. And so that might be something for to ask Josh, if he'd be able to get these questions off, so they could be answered in the FAQs.
Yeah, that's definitely the intent. We have a little bit of an FAQ mocked up at the end of this, but it just was an initial effort and kind of a little bit of a brainstorming. But the most effective FAQs are those that are generated after formats like this. And we have, by the way, over 200 viewers on, so we have really good participation right now, which is great to know. Any other board comments? There's still a couple questions there I want to answer, but I'm deferring.
I'm just going to mention, I had a list of concerns I was going to ask if they didn't get covered, but you're doing an excellent job of clarifying and answering questions at a time. And I'm just going through my list and knocking off stuff that I was going to ask if it wasn't presented, but I think well thought out, and you're covering most all the bases that I was concerned about.
Thank you, Travis.
And Josh Allen did say that the transcript will be saved. And so that might be a chance to go back and answer some of the questions that we haven't addressed.
And again, I think the effort from us going forward is, now that we have the plan and we have it out there, we've narrowed. We've went from, okay, we know we're coming back. Now we've got the plan, and now the plan going forward is to get that into a sort of handbook, if you will, that talks about these details. So it's a resource for our staff and our families. I want to address this question that's really near and dear to me. Question being asked if teachers will be responsible for a classroom and a virtual classroom simultaneously. Answer from your superintendent is no. I'm never going to ask you to do that unless there is a situation where maybe an employee is interested in a stipend for additional students beyond the day or something of the sort. But I don't think it's appropriate. I can't, in my heart, I've been a teacher. We've all been, in those situations, and to say, hey, I want you to teach all day in person, and hey, by the way, you're also responsible for all these kids who aren't in person. We have to be creative, and I'm going to speak to how we're going to get around to that in a little bit. But I want to speak from my heart to our staff that it's just not feasible or reasonable to say that all of our staff are going to be duly responsible for kids. I think there will be some exceptions to that, but it'll be a situation where staff are agreeing to maybe take on additional kids. And again, I'll explain some of the nuances of what that may look like going forward.
So we're not envisioning somebody teaching a class and streaming the class simultaneously then? So there'll be potentially students in the view out to everybody.
That hasn't been the plan. And again, Bob, if you could bear with me just a little bit when we talk about the modes in a couple of minutes, I'll touch more specifically on that. Okay. This fall in sports, I almost didn't include this, but I want to throw this out there. There's kind of an interesting dynamic going on in the dialogue between what maybe the governor may say, the DE, the Department of Education may say, and then even our Athletic Activities Association. After the governor's proclamation on Friday, it shortly came out that the activities associations in the state are telling the ADs to go forward with, football, firing everything up for the fall. So that's the order we've received there, and we'll go about that similar to what we did with summer sports. What I'm not clear on, Dr. Pedati is the state's epidemiologist, and she was on the Department of Education meeting in late June, and she was asked about stadium events and concert-like events indoor concert-like events during the pandemic. And she made it very clear on that meeting, that date, that those kinds of things could only happen if social distancing were to occur. And a lot of superintendents have talked since then. We don't know how you social distance a community event like a football game. Friday night lights and LC are the place to be. And so we just don't know the answers there yet. We're committed to finding them out, and hopefully we're going to find them out before we've got a football game right upon us. But I still wanted to put in there because I didn't want it to be a surprise if at some point we receive guidance that says stadium events can't look the way they typically do. We don't know that yet. Maybe the answer there are masks. Maybe if you're coming into a stadium and you're wearing a mask, and sometimes in winter, we're helped by the fact that people wear face coverings anyway, because our football games can get downright cold, but not initially. They can be actually very warm and hot. So more information to come there. Before I go further, I see the chat populated up a little bit again. Again, we're going to talk more about those options in a minute. I think people are anticipating talks about the mode and online versus there's a talk here about if you're online, you can't participate in sports or band. I think it would defeat the purpose of somebody not wanting their child or medically they can't have their child in the in-person on-campus setting. It would be a contradiction for us to say that, well, that's not safe during the day, but it's safe outside the day. So I think in most cases that would apply. I'm sure there may be some exceptions, but I think in most cases that would apply across. Okay, I don't think any other questions. A few appreciative comments. There's a comment here reminding me that the Senate File 2310 does seem to suggest that students can do activities if they're in online. So I think we just need further clarification from a legal perspective. And I still think from a common sense standpoint, I would think the vast majority of parents and or medical professionals who say a child should not be in school for concerns or fears or documented health concerns, I think most would also not want them involved in those kinds of activities. And yes, Andrea's pointing here, we did hear today that DE is expecting guidance. By the way, the governor's proclamation came out on Friday, and the state told us that we would receive guidance about that proclamation on August 1. So again, back to this being a fluid document and a fluid plan. It has to have room to breathe and to change. Okay. So as I mentioned, documented health concerns, we know that there are extenuating health concerns and extenuating circumstances. And again, some just expressed concerns by our family looking for the possibility of an online opportunity. And we want to reiterate, we're going to work with our families. We're going to be responsive to those needs, and we're going to try to accommodate, all situations that are best on a case-by-case basis for each child. And people are saying, well, how do we get the ball rolling for that? Tomorrow, actually, here it says the week of July 20th, but Dave, I think, give me a nod if I'm still correct in saying that will, okay. So maybe we should still say the week of July 20th. We're hoping we can launch it as soon as tomorrow. But we will notify parents. We will send notification to parents when it launches, so they know that they can get to our registration process. Inside of that registration process, there is a segment that talks about documented health concerns, extenuating circumstances, parent concerns, and that's where parents will be able to check a box that they have interest in conversation about online schooling for their children. I want to mention a few things here. I want to stop and and we're really close to getting to the modes, and then we'll be done with the presentation. I know it's long, but it needs to happen. It needed to happen for this audience and clearly for our board for this discussion. I've had a lot of questions. People ask if we have the same opportunity that Council Bluffs has with an accredited in-house online program. And I think there's some confusion about that. We, as I said earlier, are working through robust ways to make sure whether all of our students are out because we're ordered closed, or we have certain population of students that cannot be with us, or we determine it's best for them to be in an online setting. We have been ramping up our ability to do that, to make very robust opportunities for kids. And there are some scenarios where that may be our own internal in-house structure. There are some cases where it may be outsourced. But the difference is we haven't applied to be accredited so we can accept students outside of the Lewis Central School District to come into our district for the sole purpose of online instruction. And I just want to be clear that that's predominantly a difference when people talk nowadays about that accreditation, because all of us are creating online options for our students really out of need. But we don't have accreditation to allow students outside of Lewis Central to access for the sole purpose of online instruction. I just want to make that clarification. I also want to make the clarification that there's a lot that we still don't know. A big part of what that means is the numbers of students. Now, we polled our families a while back, and it was before, there's been a lot of information since then, but a large percentage of our families said they would want their students to come back to school. We can't rely on that scientifically, but we know that there's a strong feeling in parents that they do want kids to get back to on campus in person. But we need to get through this registration process once it goes live, because that's going to help us understand the numbers that we are dealing with. And that's going to help us determine how do we tackle that. And let me give you an example. And these are only examples. And I say this to staff that are listening. I say this to parents that are listening. We have to sort out these things when we understand the numbers that we're dealing with. Let's just say one of our buildings, let's say one of our elementary buildings, Kreft, ends up having 23 kids that we're going to educate online. What we may look at in a situation like that is that would allow us to maybe dedicate a teacher to an online classroom for that entire group of students. And therefore, we don't have some teachers teaching, 12 kids in person and 10 kids online. As I mentioned earlier, I'm committed to avoiding that at all cost. So we'll see if there's feasible ways. Maybe in a secondary situation, you may have a teacher teaching a math class, and the numbers of kids that math class need to be outside. Maybe it's possible that teacher could teach a couple of hours of online. And again, this is during the day. This is not addition to their day. And the rest of their day is in person. We'll get creative with that. In some situations, we may need to look at outsourcing, and that would mean maybe turnkey online products, similar to what the Iowa Academy schools utilize. And but there are cost issues to these things, and this is what we need to be very, very clear with our public, with our staff, and even all the way back to the DE, to the Department of Education and our governor. At some point in time, after we understand these numbers and we start crunching the students that we need to take care of in an online mode, if to make that work, we need to go outsourcing, there is a point in time where our budget will not handle a certain amount of numbers. And I've thought through this. We've kind of, Dave and Andrea, I spent some time today and did some work, and I don't think I want to put an approximate number out there. I thought about that, but I think it's just too early for us to understand that, especially because I've had news today based on an announcement by the DE that they are trying to arrange for potential additional funding to provide for schools for the need. Now, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know how they're doing that, but the statement was made. So I think we have to learn more about that. But we will be committed to working with our families and the needs of our individual students. And that's the way we're going to approach this thing. Let me, before I talk about these modes, I think there's maybe one comment that popped in. Solutions for long drop-off lines, especially at Titan Hill. Being suggested that that's maybe a incentive for parents to transport students, decrease density on buses. Can we brainstorm solutions for long drop-off lines? I'd like to say I hope we can, but I thinking on my feet, I almost feel that, you know, we may be increasing that somewhat. But I think that goes back to, in other words, if more parents are transporting their children, we may have longer drop-off lines. But that's where I want to go back to our commitment to working with families. You know, we're not going to be able to sit there and watch the clock if we've got long drop-off lines. We need to be, understanding of those scenarios. So I may be reading that wrong, but we'll try very hard to to consider anything we can do. But I think if we've got more parents dropping off and fewer kids on buses, that obviously equates probably to longer drop-off lines. What about siblings of a medically complex student? Would they be allowed online option? I think those are the kinds of requests we expect. Documented health concerns relate not only to a student, but family members as well. So I think the answer to that is yes. And I would expect when you do the online, I'm careful to call it, I think sometimes when we say online registration process, people think we mean a process to register for online. It's not what we mean. It's the annual registration process being delivered in an online format. Okay. So just to be clear about that. IEPs and online learning, how will this work, especially in younger kids? We have to sort through that. Lori Teese, our director of special populations, coordinator of special populations. I'm not always great with remembering the titles of our colleagues, but she has been working a lot with the guidance from our local AEA, from the Department of Education, from many experts. There will be challenges to online learning and IEPs, and we're looking to the experts to make sure that we're handling those things in line with IDEA laws. There will probably be some scenarios where it's determined that a student with an IEP should not be doing online learning and should be doing in-person on-campus learning. Mostly, not all students that have IEPs, of course, are medically fragile. So, but there will be some circumstances where kids with IEPs need to be online, and we will have to address all issues relative to IDEA. We can't compromise the law. We will look to our legal counsel for guidance with this and our state Department of Education. But you can rest assured that IEPs are on our mindset, in our minds, and we have a mindset for dealing with those things. We're trying to get educated to where we can understand how to effectively navigate IEPs in an online world for however small or large our online population may be. Okay, 3 modes of learning. And we're going to talk with the first one because it's the one that the Department of Education and the governor has said we are doing. If you weren't on with us at the beginning, I made it clear to everyone that the governor has reiterated the expectation that schools will return by releasing a proclamation on Friday. Schools have been ordered to bring school back to on-campus, in-person learning in Iowa. So this mode, as it states there, it refers to students being in the building, a more traditional model of learning, but with all of these mitigation efforts we've talked about tonight being utilized. I want to say this again to parents, and I'll say it from the heart to students. I find inspiration and motivation from students, and I love to see students, engaged in school, connected to school. The version of on-campus, in-person learning during the pandemic is, it's not the same social experience that it is when there's not a pandemic. So these mitigation efforts will make it feel differently, but it will be in person. We'll be responsive to the needs and the concerns of our community. I've said that multiple times tonight. I'll continue to say it. We'll work with families on a case-by-case basis. But at this point, unless we receive further guidance or a different directive, August 25th will begin the school year as in-person learning for the majority of our students, while we stay responsive to the needs of our families and we work with them on a case-by-case basis. Any one comment here? Let me look at it. Yeah, Dave, I know you've had some conversation today. Do you want to speak to registration for families who may not have access? I know there was some conversation about that today.
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We are looking to focus the in-person registration fairs solely on those with limited access to technology or those that are new to the district. We're going to try to remove the need for a person who has registered online to come to a registration fair at all this year. For example, focusing more efforts on online payment of fees rather than in-person payment of fees, stretching some of those deadlines about when that can occur. We're not going to be posting class lists. We're going to instead email class lists. Who is your teacher? Some of our parents bring their student in just to find out who their teacher is and pay fees. And we're going to try to pull that out of the mix. We're also going to try to look at doing a different model for child fare for preschool. In the past, we have coupled registration on-site and child find for preschool at the same day. We're going to look at pulling those apart, having those at different times to limit the number of people that would be then at a registration fair. We're also considering about going back to 2 days instead of 1, and then distributing our families across those 2 days by last name as much as we can. We also recognize that that doesn't always work. My name might start with a B, but I can't come on Monday, but I can on Tuesday. And so we know that some of that will also occur.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dave.
Dr. Knost, before you go any further, if I could just maybe ask for a point of clarification.
Yeah.
One of the things that I personally am questioning is the online learning option. I know you say that you're working and going to work with families on a case-by-case basis, but maybe for some of those who are listening that were in that 15 to 20% who were not keen on sending their kids back to school for health reasons or family health reasons, can you maybe just talk just a point or two on what types of things will determine whether or not a family who requests that will or will not be allowed the option to participate in the online learning option that we're going to have? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And I think, as I tried to articulate earlier and probably didn't do that great of a job at it, so I apologize, but our intent is to work with all families. We have to learn what those numbers are based upon the registration process, because the only concern I have, if we had, well, first of all, the governor has told us that we can't have more than 50% of our students outside of in-person learning. Now, to be quite honest with you, whether the governor said that or not, we could never afford to educate 50% of our students outside if we have to outsource, okay?
Okay.
But when we get that information back and we start analyzing it, as I said earlier, if it works to where we can offer that with our in-house staff, or I'm never asking staff to do both, not unless, again, there's a staff that wants to do that, staff member that wants to do that, and we can pay them a stipend for work beyond the school day. But we'll have our staff who are in person on campus, and then we'll have staff, they may be on campus, but they may be fully online. We just have to see what the numbers allow. In some ways, we could handle great numbers of students that way. We have to see if it works out. The secondary even gets more tricky because we have to create a master schedule. And the example I gave earlier, if a teacher normally has, 5 sections of world history, and I'm just hypothetically saying
Right.
that, and we say, well, we've got enough students to create one section of online. I don't know if I just said American history or world history, so whichever one I said. And we say to that teacher, we say, we'd like to have you teach one of your classes during the day, not in addition to one of them online. And that'll be something we'll consider. It makes the master schedule more difficult because now we're trying to funnel all of our students that need American history in person into 4 sections instead of 5 sections. So, but we don't know all of that until we see those numbers. Our intent, Amy, is that, to answer to the parent concerns. And in other words, I know you're wanting me to say, well, if there's not this criteria, we would insist that a student be in person. I don't want to do that if we can avoid it. I want to work with families and honor them. I'm hoping, I'm going out on a limb a little bit here, but I've overwhelmingly heard from parents that they want an option to bring their children back to school. I'm hoping that our mitigation efforts here, although they're not perfect, although they make no guarantees, I think that may increase that comfort even more. And so it would really come down to if it was something we could not afford and we weren't getting the financial assistance, then we would probably have to look primarily at documented health concerns. I don't see that as an issue right now. I think that we have enough tools in our tool bag when we look at these numbers to start helping families make the right decisions for their children. Does that help, Amy? I know I'm not.
No, it helps. I just, I've had a couple of people reach out, and I guess I know that without the numbers, it's really hard. And trust me, I am very grateful for all the work that has been done thus far. So please don't think that I'm not. But, I guess I just kind of wanted to hear just a little bit more regarding that so that I kind of had an idea of how to answer that. My only other question was, we've talked about IEP kids. What if we've got tag kids that are either medically fragile or something along those lines? I'm assuming that those options will be placed out there for those kids, if at all possible, as long as we're not hiring outside staff.
The option is placed out there for any family to have the conversation.
Okay.
And I'm not telling people how to think or what to think.
Okay.
So, when you absolutely medically fragile, any health concerns, to me, that's a no-brainer. Absolutely. I'm not going to argue with anybody about that. I think we have an obligation. Also, by the way, there's some discrepancy between the governor's proclamation and Senate File 2310 Interpretations of 2310 say that, districts can utilize the documented health concern, some kind of criteria with that, and it spells some things out in 2310. The governor's proclamation says that districts will honor parents' request for online. So that's our intent. Based on that proclamation, it's sent us all weekend long thinking through this and how we would approach this tonight. And I didn't feel we had any other ability to approach. Now today, there's some analyses of Senate File 2310 that say, well, districts can put these criteria in place. So what I want to say to parents is we're going to assess what their needs are. We're going to answer to those individual family and parent needs. We're going to try to get creative. We're going to try to get innovative. We're going to think out of the box. We're going to work with our staff as a team, as colleagues, and we're going to try to get through this one day at a time, one step at a time, with the needs and concerns of everybody in mind. And
Okay.
I hope that I'm trying to speak from the heart. I hope that helps. I know you're asking for an audience too, Amy, because you're a good board member, and there's people on that are wondering those things. And I think our commitment to working with individual families is very strong right now.
Oh, I agree. And I just, like I said, I just kind of wanted a little more clarification for those parents who maybe have a job that requires them to be readily available to, go in, but yet they're working from home. It's so hard to meet the needs of every single student when you can't bring them into the building. So thank you very much for that clarification. I'll let you move on.
Okay, Amy. I want to get a couple questions before I march through the off-campus required continuous learning. Good question here, kind of backs up a little bit about doors closed for safety, and my comment earlier that doors we're potentially going to be leaving classroom doors open. We also know that our building is going to be even more so secured because we're not bringing visitors, presenters, folks like that, college visits, recruiters. We're going to do those things virtually. We're not going to bring them in and out of the building. So we're going to have a more secure exterior, higher protocols on our buzzer system relative to COVID, but as a byproduct of that being relative to COVID, it makes a stronger sense of security. And of course, there will be times when it would be appropriate through announcements or what have you, where we would order all doors to be shut and locked. So that's how I would answer that. I hope that helps, Travis. And how to look for kids that take medication at school. I'm going to go back. I should have thank you for that, because I should have clarified earlier when I talked about a yellow zone and a red zone when we're doing triage. The yellow zone where, things like skinned knees, a bruise, an eyelash in the eye that's bothering a kid, those kinds of things, that would also include kids taking medication. So in other words, kids that need their daily medication would not be coming into a red zone triage area to get their medicine while there's students there that have fevers and such. Thank you for the positive comments. You folks who have entered positive comments tonight, thank you. Thank you so very much. We just can't hear that reinforcement enough. These are difficult times to navigate. Yes, sharing prohibited. We're definitely going to keep a student involved in their belongings, whether those are manipulatives in classrooms that students use, keeping their own set and minimizing the time that they'd be touching things would be being touched by multiple students, supplies, all of that. I agree. I agree with that. Let's see, I think one more comment here. Again, there's a question about online. Do we need a doctor's note as to why? I tried to express that to Amy Adkins, our board member here, who asked that. We're going to try to work with families. It's our intent to work with families based on their concerns. Of course, any kind of documented health concern, I mean, it's a no-brainer. There may be some documented health concerns. Maybe it's a physical ailment where that doesn't impact a child's immune system. But we're going to work with the concerns that parents may have of sending their kids back as well, that may be extenuating beyond just health concerns. It's our intent to assess the interest of our families and try to work with that to the absolute best of our ability. We're committed to doing that. And the final question is not an option for children who qualify for online learning to stay with their class and share in the same classroom setting. We have contemplated this, and it is a very, very difficult thing to try to maneuver. It sounds easy on the surface, just, fire up a camera in a classroom, and if a kid's not there, they're just there distance wise. There are some scenarios where that may work. When I talked about being innovative, there may be some teachers that want to try that, but you're minus the ability of that one-on-one connection. You're going to have to add that outside the classroom some point. The ability to exchange classrooms, to kind of have a Zoom session flying alongside of an in-person, who's managing the online, the chats, and so on and so forth. I'm just scratching the surface, but our intent is going to be to work with the families who have students who will need to not be in school in attendance, and collectively and separately from our teachers, given our teachers dual responsibility of managing an in-person class and an online class. I don't mind saying I'm not a superhero in any way, shape, or form, but I would have struggled to handle that as a teacher, and to keep my day in check in respect to my family and my time beyond, my role as a teacher. As far as sharing supplies, we'll be able to have play centers in the classroom. We're going to have to think through those protocols. I think our staff are going to have to work on those things as we start to gather, again, as our principals work with their staffs. I don't want to say that play centers aren't an option, but we need to minimize how they're utilized, how we can clean and sanitize them. I know that that's part of learning in elementary and primary grades. Part of learning is play. So I don't think, as I've said from the beginning, I'm so sorry for being redundant. We're not proposing, nor do we think we can create a perfect scenario where kids never touch, never exchange germs, are never near each other. That's not what we're presenting today. We're presenting an in-person model where we will try our best to use these mitigating efforts that won't be perfect, but each effort will diminish the concerns. Let me talk about the continuous learning mode. The best way to explain this, other than it is also something we may utilize for meeting the needs of kids who will not be in attendance with us on campus. But this is basically a mode which, as Dave has highlighted there, meaning our campuses would not be open, similar to spring, but I want to reiterate, much different than spring. Required learning, required schedules, attendance required, assessments being done, grades being delivered, credits being granted. So much, much more robust. And we've already been approved for this by the state. Again, just to clarify, we're not approved for outside schools, outside the district, to come in an open enrollment and utilize our online learning. But our plan is approved by the state. We do have the go ahead to do this. So it'll be created. And again, I give a lot of credit to the leadership of Josh, one of our gurus of technology and integration into the classroom, known throughout the district. And he has spent a lot of time helping us ramp up what we learned in the spring to a very robust situation. And that's taken the input from our teachers, our primary teachers. We use a lot of Google Classroom. Our primary teachers have said, please look at a an option called Seesaw. We've listened, we've adjusted, we've done that, and we're continuing to develop it. So that's primarily what this mode would be. Looks like I have two quick, I said quick question, that's hopeful, wishful thinking. They go off the documented health plan they have already with the school. No, I don't completely understand that question, but I think, no, we would not, any plan that is in place will be honored. Okay. So we're not scrapping any documented plans for any individual students. We may be adding to them, or we may be using, if there's already a documented health plan where it determines that child cannot be in attendance, we'll utilize that health plan to make that decision again with the family. I hope I answered that. And online classes is a whole year, is a trimester. And I think, again, we're going to probably find answers to that when we understand the numbers we're dealing with. Primarily, I think that while we will have some that may switch back and forth due to illnesses or us requiring them to not be at school because maybe a certain number of kids have to quarantine, we're going to have to accommodate their learning needs. But people who make choice, we're probably going to come to a point where we ask people to honor their own choice for a determined amount of time, probably a trimester, because otherwise our ability to manage that and shift teachers back and forth is not going to be doable. How does the online learning look? As in, is it online for 8 hours? No, most likely it's not going to be a scenario where it's strictly online for 8 hours at a time. We know that that's really not healthy in and of itself. So the schedule may look different. There may be some self-pacing, so on and so forth. I hope that helps answer that. Medication drop-off B, we'll organize that in the protocols from our individual buildings, how we get medications to school and in the right place. Concerned about finding a sub during these difficult times. We are too. The state has relaxed sub requirements so we can expand who is eligible to be a substitute teacher. We don't know how that's going to impact us yet. I don't have the perfect answers for the day, just like we've been all year long. I'm waiting for the call from our transportation folks telling me we don't have a bus driver to transport these kids. So we've got to implement a third tier where that bus is going to come around again and do yet another route. And we'll have to communicate with parents and explain what that is. Well, that's the same thing with substitute teachers. We're going to try our best to make sure that our classrooms have teachers and substitute teachers when needed. And we'll try to ramp up our number of substitute teachers based on maybe what the state's allowing, but it's definitely a problem that we've got to consider throughout this. And I have that same concern. So we're trying to ramp up a larger list. Two more comments. Another one about subs. I think I answered that to the best of my ability. Positive comment. Thank you again. Thank you all for any and all positive comments and comments that don't beat us up in these trying times. Okay, another positive comment. Thank you. Got one more to just talk about really quick. Hybrid split schedule. Thank you, Dave. Dave is, he and I are becoming in such a synchronized manner in our work together. He knows where I'm going to. He's the one guiding the actual document here while I'm talking about it. Not only is this not our intent to utilize this mode, it's one that we started thinking about early on, I think even before school was officially out for the spring. But we quickly realized this concept, we put it on a shelf Not that we won't ever get it back off for consideration, but it would take a state mandate to do that, because when we split students into alternating days, while that may successfully drive our numbers down in the building at any given time, we also see no way around it diminishing significantly the learning of our students and the progress of our students, the academic progress, and that concerns us greatly. But here's the other thing that I want to point out on this concept of an alternating split schedule. Right now, it's not something that the state, through the governor's proclamation, is being allowed, and definitely not the way we describe it here. So it's out there. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because it's not something we're pursuing and that we feel is good for kids in this situation. We have a concept that we would develop if the state would send us in that direction, but it is not our intent to utilize this mode. It's a concept that's ready to develop if we need it. And it's not something that the state is allowing us to use at this time. One more chat question. I'm going to turn it to the board, then we're going to talk about going on. I thought we could get through this whole thing without this question. The question is about online learning put in place for a snow day. Not going to be a popular response to this question, but the governor did specify that online learning would be utilized in Iowa for snow days going forward. So we'll wait to see what that guidance coming out on August 1st looks like, but it sounds like that's going to be in play, so to speak. Dave, thank you. I was just going to ask you, you'd highlight, I was going to ask you to highlight again. I'm going to end by saying again, this is our goal. This is our goal. We worked on the wording here. We want it to be from the heart. We want people to know that we love our students. We love our community. We love our staff. We love our teachers. We're not perfect. I can't make this a perfect situation. I can't make COVID go away. I had gray hair when I arrived at Lewis Central, but I'm starting to have white hair on the face too, if you haven't noticed. These are trying, difficult times. They're painful. They're emotional. I don't mind admitting, I'm man enough to admit I've shed tears over this this situation and putting this together. It's not easy, and I fully know I'll go to sleep tonight and I'll wake tomorrow with some challenging communications from people, some kind, some not so kind. We're doing the best we can with what we have, with the guidelines we've been given. We're committed to our families. We love our community, and we're going to be responsive to the needs of our individual students and families. That's our goal. And I'm going to leave it at that and let the board members make any closing comments that they have. Oh, one additional comment. I'm sorry. Oh, it's just a thank you. Thank you very much for saying thank you. Much appreciated. Go ahead, board members.
Well, I'll start off and I'll say, I'm going to say thank you. I read through this Friday when I got it, and you know, it's an amazing plan put together by people who really have thought through things. I know that the political aspect of things really can throw a wrench in the works, but I like the fact that I don't see a lot of that in play here, and we're not focusing on that. We're focusing on what's best for our kids. So thank you. It's definitely going to be an interesting year.
Thanks, Amy.
I just wanted to clarify that when you send out the document, it'll be edited for all students for wearing masks, correct?
Yes.
That would be pre-K through 12th grade?
Yeah, you know, I want to get clarification from public health about pre-K, but I think so because they're saying 2 years old and above. So I think the answer is yes, but I will get that clarification, and the document will be updated before it goes live. And if I know Josh, he's probably already working on that as we speak.
And then we are purchasing masks. So we would provide at least one per student, one per staff, or more?
Our
Is
plan
it
is
still in the
to
works?
Our plan is to repopulate our stock as much as we need. They're reusable. I think the current ones, Andrea, how many uses or how did it specify?
I believe it says up to 20 washes on the reusable one.
Yeah. So we're going to have them, it's going to take some help from our parents and our families. We obviously can't show up in their homes and dictate the wash schedule and such. So it's going to have to be a protocol, but we will, obviously we're supplying them. So we suspect that parents will be quick to, or even students quick to ask for new ones when they're needed, and students will lose them. Students will drop them. And, once they're contaminated, we don't want them put on their mouths, but we will, Andrea, I do, in light of what the board has decided about mask, we will need to explore there are smaller versions, I know, because I've seen them advertised to me. So we'll have to jump on that to make sure that we have the appropriate stock for the littles.
Okay, thank you. Do any board members have any other comments?
Just one last question. How nimble are we if, say, a month down the road after opening, the governor proclaims all schools go back to online learning? How easy is that shift going to be for our staff, for our students?
I think there's two ways to look at the shift. One is from a physical, practical standpoint. The other is from a mental and pedagogical standpoint. So it's not, I would never want to suggest that that's easy, Travis, but it's a great question. I think we understand, again, to utilize Dave's phrase, brick to click, we realized, I think all of us believe, and we're not trying to be psychics, but I think all of us believe that that's just a real possibility, that at some point in time we could be ordered closed again. So that's what we're preparing for. To suggest it's easy, I'm not going to do that. To suggest that we'll do it to the best of our ability and make it a good transition, absolutely.
Do any other board members have any comments?
No, I think, the staff and administration has laid out a great plan. I think, as with all, it's a plan. I mean, we can't foresee what the future is, so it has to be nimble and agile as we move forward. And I have confidence that, they'll react to the circumstances and will keep the safety of our students and staff at our utmost priorities.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, well, let me just say thank you to the board. I work for a very supportive board that cares about children. And that was evident to me when I interviewed to come to LC, and it's evident in the conversation tonight and the dialogue I have with individual board members. Thank you all, and thank you for entertaining me talking so much tonight. I apologize for getting through this with so many words, but I think it needed to be done. But I appreciate your patience and your support.
Absolutely, thank you. We and to all the staff and administrators and that who put so much into the plan. And the thing is, it's fluid. Things, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, like Bob said. So thank you so much, and just keep us posted.
We shall. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go on to the next item on the agenda, which is 8.02 policy updates relative to COVID-19 on the first read.
Yes, and I left I put an explanation in the board packet that these are all relative to COVID and all things that really need to be updated. Some of which, because of Senate File 2310 and new changes and so on and so forth, I'm going to defer to Andrea if there's any additional comments she wants to state about any of them. And of course, the board can ask any questions. They're all listed for you on your board packet. Andrea, any additional thoughts you want to share about each of them or all of them?
Like DK said, majority of these are coming from the Senate file or from the Federal CARES Act that you'll see with some of the FMLA leave policies that are in there.
Are these going to be communicated? I guess, how does this usually get communicated to staff? I think this answers a lot of the questions about COVID and sick leave versus the federal leave.
Yes, definitely. These, especially the ones dealing with the staff specifically, we will be communicating with them so that they do have the information and the forms available to them when the situation, if the situation does arise, that they would need to use them.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Andrea about any of them, or?
If we don't have any questions on what, and we had gotten these in our board packet for review. And so do any of the board members have any questions on any of the policies on the first read? Okay. Hearing none, we'll go on to our next item on the agenda, 8.03, purchase of PowerSchool records module.
Okay, and I'm going to entirely defer to both Dave and Andrea. Forgive me, I don't remember who specifically was going to speak on this. I've talked to both of you about it. Looks like Dave unmuted, so I'm going to say Dave.
I was going to turn it over to Andrea. For the past year or so, we have been working at ways to help our HR processes and our HR functioning be more efficient, especially around records management and onboarding procedures. And so this is the result of a great deal of work behind the scenes to try to find ways to do those things in more efficient and effective kinds of ways. We actually were prepared to bring something to the board quite a while ago. And then the State Department changed platforms for their online application process, which led us then to reconsider where we were moving with regard to managing a bunch of those HR processes. And we reevaluated all that and landed on a PowerSchool product that will couple very well with where the State Department will be in the replacement of Teach Iowa. So Andrea, you want to go ahead and speak to where we are with it then?
So with this product, we'll be able to integrate more items. Obviously, with COVID, we've come to the realization of being able to utilize this product to more of an online system, electronic, being able to onboard and keep our employment records as electronic versus paper will help us be more efficient in the office. And then obviously going forward, being able to communicate more efficiently with new hires and things going forward.
I'd also add that just one little discrepancy here. It says the cost associated is $15,000. As you notice on the bid, the first year cost is slightly more than that. It was a typo or an error on our part.
That's an error, absolutely 100% on my part, because it's an example of me getting lazy. In a discussion with Andrea, I asked her approximately how much that cost, and she said 15,000. And I never, when I wrote the agenda item, I plugged that in with full intent to ask her what the actual amount was, and I never did. So that's my bad, nobody else's. So I take responsibility for that. I'm just glad, Dave, you didn't pop that back up and say it's actually 120.
Yeah.
3,000 or something like that. Thank you.
So the board resolution would need to be at 16,951.25.
Hey, are there any questions? All right, so does it have this, it does not have the specific, I don't have the 8.03 in front of me. Says, does it have the specific dollar amount on there, or was it the 15? No, along with your bid. Yeah, it's 16,951.25, so that should be what our motion is.
Correct.
I saw Bob looking down like he was writing that, so I wrote it down too, but I think Bob had it covered in anticipation of the motions later.
Okay, so everyone good on this one? We can go on to our next item on the agenda. All right, and that is 8.04, which is late filed open enrollment requests, and that is now A through G. Is that correct? Or A through F?
A through F, I believe. Isn't that correct, Dave, that we decided?
I thought David said one more.
Dave, you're muted.
Yes, correct. It's A through F.
F, gotcha,
Okay.
thank you. And so by Iowa Code 21.51A, we can go into closed session to review or discuss records which are required or authorized by state or federal law to be kept confidential, etc. So with that, do I have a motion from a board member to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion with that? Vote, please.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Adkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffel.
Yes. So with that, we will go into a breakout room. All right, and we will be back after closed session. Okay, is everyone back?
Looks like it.
There we go. Okay. We are out of closed session. And now our next item on the agenda is comments and suggestions from the audience. They can address the board. But with being gone out of closed session, there might not be too many people listening. And if they do have a question, they can chime in on the chat, or they said it when we were discussing the earlier in our discussion items. So with hearing none, we'll go on to action items. 10.01, return to learn plan for the 2020-2021 school year. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks.
I'd like to make a motion the board approve the return to learn plan for the start of the 2021 school year as we discussed.
Second.
Is that Jen? Did you second that?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion?
You're wanting to, when you say as discussed, you're also talking about with the discussion around masks, correct?
Correct.
Thank
The
you.
outline, the guidance we gave Eric during his discussion.
Okay. And Dr. Kanosh, you're going to get clarity from legal and all the appropriate folks around how and what that looks like, correct?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I already had the conversation with legal and they made it clear that the board could mandate the mask. Brett Nitschke just wants the board to know that he just feels it's a challenge to do that. There's other legal advice. I know talking with Lynn at Harlan, and Lynn was telling me that their legal counsel was telling the board that they absolutely should mandate masks. So there's differing opinions, but the important thing to know is that Brett definitely said the board does have that option. It's everything legal about requiring it. We then just need to do our best to live up to our requirement.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm going to make, if I can make just a comment before we go through with this vote.
Sure.
I'm nauseous as I sit here and think about this. I personally feel that brick and mortar schools should not be starting up. That's my personal opinion. I really am struggling with the fact that the governor has signed her mandate and is not leaving it into the hands of the local school districts. With that being said, I am appreciative of the plan that Lewis Central has put in place. But I want to make the statement that I am personally not for schools starting back up. So that's my 2 cents.
Understood, Amy. Very, very understood.
And we just want to do what we can to protect our staff and the students. And this is one thing that shows that masks can help. And
Absolutely. I guess I just, I'm going to preface my vote by saying, I'm sorry. So I don't know even how to put into words. So I'm not going to.
okay. All right. With that, any other comments before we go to the vote? All right. Vote, please.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
No.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mrs. Sheffel.
Yes. 10.02, policy updates relative to COVID-19 on the first read.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks,
I'd like to make a motion for the board to approve the presented policies and updates, including 401.24 E1, 401.24 E2, 501.14, 501.14 E1, 601.3, 601.1, 601.3, 603.14, 1001.5, and 1001.5 R1 on their first read.
Second.
is there any discussion? Vote please.
Ms. Atkins,
I think I'm on yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. 10.03, purchase of Power School Records module.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks,
I'd like to make a motion the board approve the purchase of the Power School Records module for $16,951.52
25 cents.
or 52.
is there a second?
It is
Second.
55 cents. I'll amend that.
Second.
Any discussion? Vote please.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. Our next board meeting will be,
Up,
Oh, nope, nope.
Oh,
10.04.
oh, I'm sorry, 10.04. I'm sorry. Late filed open enrollment request for student A.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks,
I'd like to make a motion to deny the open enroll request for student A.
second.
Se-
is there any discussion? Vote please.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
No.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. Late filed open enrollment request for student B.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the open enroll request for student B.
I'm sorry, Bob, you cut out on me. Can you restate that for me, please?
Yes, I'd like to approve the open enrollment request for student B.
Second.
any discussion? Vote please.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. Late filed open enrollment request for students C and D.
Madam Chairman,
Hendricks,
I'd like to make a motion to deny the open enroll request for students C and D.
Second.
okay, you got a second? Any discussion? Vote please.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. Late filed open enrollment request for student E.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks.
I'd like to make a motion for the board to deny the open enroll request for student E.
Second.
Any discussion? Vote, please.
Ms. Atkins,
Yes.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. Our last one, late filed open enrollment request for student F.
Madam Chairman,
Mr. Hendricks.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the open enroll request for student F.
Second.
Any discussion? Vote, please.
Mr. Hendricks,
Yes.
Mr. Houston,
Yes.
Mrs. McDaniel,
Yes.
Mr. Stoffer,
Yes.
Ms. Atkins,
Abstain.
Mrs. Shuffle.
Yes. All right. Now, future items of interest. The regular board meeting is August 3rd. We will have graduation coming up on August 2nd. Dr. Canos, is there anything else?
I just want to suggest that our intent be to return to in-person meetings on August the 3rd. It seems appropriate as we prepare for students to come back that we would be in person, in session as well. We'll still try to practice social distancing. We'll try to be good role models. And in the event we would have a crowd, which much less chance. We had over 200 people online tonight. Not that we would have 200 in our spectator gallery, whatever you call it, audience. But it's a better meeting, I think, to start. The other thing too that I just wanted to comment that I think worked out really well, and somebody made this comment earlier. I think it really speaks highly to the board and to LC that the board allowed the dialogue back and forth during our presentation. If you think about it, if we would have been in session tonight in person, we would have limited people to talking during the comment section. So that's just something to think about. But next time we will make plans to have a socially distanced boardroom meeting. The only question I have is, do we want to go back to 6:30 meetings? You know, we've said there's the other side of COVID. Is there any interest in earlier meetings, even though we're back to in person?
If it's in person, I can't make 5 o'clock. So
I would
I could
prefer
do
6:30.
5:30.
Or that'd be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. And my only other ask is that we continue for at least a little bit longer, that we provide people the online opportunity. I've had many people comment that they don't listen to all of them, but it is nice to be able to have that as an option. So I don't know if Josh can set up a little web camera or something like that in there for us if we're all in place. And then I have to be honest, I may not be able to attend in person. So if we can still attend virtually, that would be great, but I totally understand if not.
Very good. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Brian. We have to think about that going forward, that there may be people that cannot be participating. So we may be a hybrid in our meetings. But I think the answer to the online option is yes. We'll work through that with Josh. He just mentioned that the acoustics could be a little bit of a challenge with everybody socially distanced and being on camera, but we'll think through those details. We're a lot of smart people in the room. We can figure out that situation. But
It's been many years, but when the ERC was down where the bus barn is now, they had microphones in that little room. All the board members had mics on. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I'll turn my camera on for a quick second. You can see the headset that I use. They cost us like $10. They're super cheap, but that's what I speak through. So And they plug into the computer, so they work really well for how cheap they are.
It sounds very good too, Brian. You get a really good audio on the receiving end of it. So
it's just a little headset.
We'll work through that between Dave, Josh, and myself. I'm sure we can figure that out.
And then also staying with what we are proposing, we should probably all be wearing masks during our meeting.
Correct. That was another question I was going to have, Dr. Knos. I know we talked a lot about the schools, but I'd assume the rules are going to apply at the learning center as well.
Yes. Yes. Can I back up though and clarify? There was a little bit of dialogue there about the start time. I know we said 5 was too early. Did somebody propose 5:30 or 6, or was it just to propose to go back to 6:30?
I'm fine with 5:30. That works fine for me. I just know I can't physically get from my house to there right at 5, because I usually have meetings that go right up until 5 and maybe sometimes a little after.
And I mentioned 5 would probably, yeah, I'm better with 5:30. That would work.
5:30 is good with me.
5:30 is fine with me.
I can do 5:30.
Okay, we'll try it. We can always change back or adjust later, but that's perspective. You know, if we had regular attendees at all of our board meetings, highly, involved in board meetings, I would say that there's some rationale to stay a little later. But the fact that we're going to try to keep an online presence possible, I think we're still honoring that in that regard. So we'll try it. We'll put a start time at 5:30, and we can always adjust in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
I was just curious who is attending graduation. I know 3 of us responded, me and Amy and Travis.
And
I am.
also. Yeah, so there's 4 right now.
I'm working on that possibility. I do have a couple other things. Eric, if we could, IASB is asking for on their resolutions for the legislative issues. So they would like to have those probably at our next board meeting. So if we could work on something with that. And then on Wednesday, I listened to IASB's COVID presentation. It's about 8 hours long. Pretty good opportunity for learning if there's any interest.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. August 3rd, well, that may be a little bit of a stretch. I think last year we pretty much waited until IASB, and then I think we just adopted theirs. I'm just thinking of all going on. I sound like I'm whining a little bit, but trying to pull together a conversation to talk about legislative concerns. Actually, let me work on that, because I think that my primary one would be relative to support, through our efforts with COVID and making sure that we have the appropriate financial support. So we'll think on that. We can probably put a paragraph or 2 together of those key overarching pieces and have them ready to submit.
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
All right.
Okay, and then are they still at the high school planning an awards night?
Yes.
And is that Friday night? And then
That's Friday night is the post-prom activities during prom time on the football field, and Saturday at 6 o'clock is now in the high school gym for senior awards night for more social distancing.
Okay.
And all of that information, Doreen, is on the high school website now, and you just click on graduation, prom, and senior night, and there's extra detail on all 3.
And we will be requiring masks at all those events?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That we're definitely going to have our students in them in graduation. The requirement, though, that I would have to ask legal.
Okay,
we're having an event.
Throwing it out there.
Yeah, I know it's a good one, Doreen, and it does considering our conversation tonight, I think I'll
Right.
need to follow up with that to see what we
Okay,
need to do.
all right, anything else?
The one thing I will mention with the prom activities is it is outside on the football field. I don't know if that makes a difference, but as we've talked about inside versus outside, and right now the strength and conditioning that is outside, I know it's not required, so I don't know how that will play into it, or if it does. That's a question for Dr. Knost and Dr. Beinhoff, but
That's-
Well, in your, the plan, the return to learn plan is specifically for the 2020 school year.
Mhm.
And the prom is relative to last year. I don't mean that to sound like a technicality, but technically we're establishing something that's going to begin with the school year. So I don't know that we have to totally be in compliance with things we're already on the calendar. But I'll talk through those things with both Joel and with our legal counsel.
People will view that as ticky-tacky, I think, if you don't try to at least stick to the same train of thought that we just established.
Yep, I agree, Brian. I agree. I'll cover it with Brett and then talk with Joel.
Okay, anything else? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, I guess we can say
Aye.
aye. or
Aye.
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 If everyone leaves the meeting, you vote to adjourn.
Hey, Doreen, you're going to get a DocuSign from Zoom
Okay.
because we have to have a sign agreement